Alrighty, so today I'm here with singer, songwriter, saxophonist, realtor, father, husband, and brother, I believe. Would that be all the titles?
Yeah, I think it's a good way.
Monte Byrd. So, I guess we'll get started off with some questions kind of just about childhood, things like that.
Okay.
Why don't you just give us a rundown, where were you born?
Well, I was born on April 12th, 1951 in Joplin, Missouri. And it was probably a chilly, crisp morning, and I remember very little about it though. But I just remember all the photos that I looked at from the time frame, and I was like the first kid in the family, really. So it was like everybody was all enjoying it, and just like we did when you came around on ours, it was the first one out. You get better as you go along with all the celebrations, but it was really fun, and see a lot of pictures of everybody showing up for what's basically your first couple of weeks, in Joplin.
Mm-hmm. Were you born in a hospital or at home?
I was born in St. John's Hospital in Joplin. I think it was later damaged in the big tornado about, 10 years ago now. But I think that they rebuilt the campus or something, but I know it's the original hospital is probably gone. David was also born in the same hospital 2 years later.
Oh, okay. And then, so you were born in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and then on what date?
Well, it was the 12th of April,
What year?
1951.
Alrighty. Did your parents choose your name for any specific reason? Was there a meaning to it in any way?
Yeah. One of Dad's best friends when he was young was a guy named Monte Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me a lot of stories about Monte, but I think my favorite one is about his dad. Monte Lamb's dad was Lyman Lamb. And he would tell the story that my name is Lyman Lamb. I'm the all-time hits champion of the minor leagues. And we looked it up, and he was. At the time, he had more hits than anyone that ever played in the minors.
Mm-hmm.
So he was and oddly, Joplin's team was the minors. A different type of minor, and they played in Minor Park. So that was the thing for Dad. He just always thought that name Monte sounded great, and when it came around time, he just tossed it out there, and they kind of agreed on it immediately, kind of like we do with your name. We knew immediately when we said your name, they knew that that was the right name. So.
Okay. Now this is going to be a funny one because I know what the answer is going to be, and it's the same one I use. So, well, actually, no, there might be a second one here for you, which you'll probably mention. But what is your nickname and why?
Okay. Boy, you have to go to at least Provolonco, huh?
Well, there's that one. Yeah, I didn't think about that one.
And Mo's the easiest one. That's the one that people might just cut my name in half and make it Mo. So that one I've carried along. And were you thinking of a different one?
There were two others I was thinking of. One that I use,
Well,
which I think Pa used too.
Mont?
No, related to your last name.
Oh, well, Birdman.
Yeah. And then the other one I was thinking of was the one that Sparky.
Yeah, Goldie. Goldie Cakes because they had gold hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then what was his?
He was Sparky Cakes. Anyone in that group was called Cakes, and all started with a guy named Buddy Rogers from, I think, Enid, Oklahoma, a smaller town. And he just had this way of saying, come on, Buddy Cakes. And we're like, what's that mean? He goes, I don't know, it just sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided we're all Cakes. He had that first name, and so Sparky was just perfect name for him because he used to take a capacitor and he'd charge him up and put him in a chair somewhere. If he sat down, you got a pretty good jolt on your hiney.
He seems more devious in in these stories that I've heard about him than, you know, his more relaxed and very calm demeanor now.
Yeah, bordering on sedate nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a very calm Hank Hill.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's where that one came from.
And then, so this one will be tough because even I really can't think of this myself. But what is your first memory? Like, going as far back as you can think, what is one of your, or at least just one of your earliest memories?
Well, I remember my dad holding me, and I've seen pictures of this, and I wonder if that's, once I saw the pictures from way back a long time ago, if that's where the memory comes from. But I do remember the having to chin myself on a coat hanger so he could show it off to his friends.
I've seen that picture.
And I remember it because I'm sure it was in you know, came into my being by being told the story and seeing the pictures. But I also, you know, feel like that some sort of muscle memory was in there because I didn't fall. He could pull me off the ground, and he took it to work. Because another thing is I gained weight pretty quick, so I was bending that wooden hanger. And I thought, well, just like my dad would always do, not going to worry about what could happen. Let's just do it anyway.
Yeah, that sounds like Pa.
I should add, though, the refrigerator story.
Okay.
Once I get older, I'm about 2, and he would blindfold me, and he would put me on a chair and tell me I'm on the refrigerator, and tell me to jump, and he'd catch me. And I would jump, and he wouldn't catch me, but I'd land on the floor, only about 6 inches off the floor where I was. And he got such a kick out of that, and Mom didn't. She didn't catch
Well,
me.
yeah, I mean, that's...
You know, I guess it could have been worse. He spun it around and had me actually jump on the refrigerator.
Yeah, true. I mean, Pa was pretty devious.
Oh, yeah.
You talk
He was
about...
ornery.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the same guy that, you know, tied a rope around a tree and both ends of a hammock and talked his friend Paul into coming over there. And as the day went on, the beers kept going down. He cut a little more of that rope, but he cut it on the head end. So when Paul fell, you heard this big thunk. And, oh!
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's, well, you wonder, when I played tricks, I could never keep up with him. I mean, he was the orneriest of them all. Yeah. And you get that from him too.
So, when you were younger, did you move around a lot, or were you more or less situated in an area?
It would seem like we moved a lot when it really wasn't. We, in the first place we lived, I don't even know how to find the house. I know it was on Missouri Street, which is odd that they named all their towns be named after the state and the city and everything. But this was Missouri Street, and I believe we might have lived there a short period of time. I do know that Dad was able to buy a house on 11th Street, which we just visited a couple days ago. And, you know, that's where I remember my earliest memories are from there, because the Eatons lived across a big alley, which I'd almost forgotten how wide that was when we were there to see it with Aunt Shirley, and Olivia was able to come. And we just kind of met on the end of the street there, and I just realized that's actually, you know, because there was an alley between the pretty big lots, and they had a natural gas pumping zone there. So big pipes coming out that go all over the neighborhood. And I know that Kevin he thought that he called those the exploding pipes, because he always thought they were going to blow up, and he was scared to death of them. So, you know, we laughed about that when we were visiting Kevin. But it was just a great place to grow up as a kid. We did have our bullies, just kind of like in the Christmas story. They had almost the same thing. You know, they would chase us down the street. They were big, and they both ended up in prison. One of them set the other one on fire in a big barrel full of gasoline. Yeah.
Holy shit.
And he almost died. And he, you know, terrible couple of guys. The rest of the people were great. And we just had to, David had to, when they would beat on me, David jump on him like a little monkey and just beat him on the back of the head till they let me go. So that's kind of how we did it. You know, I mean, actually there was 2 of them, so it was 2 of us. You know, it's kind of. But that was minor compared to the fun we had, because the fun we had was Tim Eaton was living right here, who's now a preacher, and you know, he would always been a preacher. We knew he was going to be a preacher. It was his calling, and he was just a blast to be with. But those two guys, David and Tim, were quite a handful for me to try to keep an eye on, because I'm only like 4 and they're 2, and they're hiding in places. And I caught them once in a closet with a Zippo lighter, and they were on the floor, and the flame was going here in the bottom of dry cleaning bags right here.
No.
And I just jumped in there and grabbed the lighter, and all I could do is, please don't tell, please don't tell. I won't tell. I'm a wise old 4-year-old here. I won't tell, but you guys can't do this. You could get hurt and stuff like that. But it was just a constant, I always had to run around behind David. He'll love seeing this, by the way. And run around, because if he could get lipstick or anything in his hand, he would mark every wall in the house with it. He'd run all of Mom's lipsticks all over the walls, all over the closet doors, and then he'd come and go, look what I did. And I'm like, David, I go, oh, I start crying. Don't tell Dad, Mom, red lipstick all over the house.
Yeah,
I guess they won't notice.
Yeah.
But he'd sit there and cry. But Mom used to laugh, because she'd want to be mad at him, but she'd come in and I'd say, David did something. She'd go, what did he do? And we'd hear, this real low, under a bed somewhere. He'd be hiding. Don't whip me. Yeah, anyway, I don't think we got enough weapons, to be honest with you, to this day. But that was pretty much my deal. And Mom was always waiting on Dad to get home from Kansas City, because he was gone all week to work up there, and then he'd show back up on Friday night, and we'd just sit on the front by the front door and wait for the car to come in the driveway and Dad to come in and everything be okay. And every once in a while he could come home on Tuesday night, and that's race night. Mm-hmm. And the racetrack for the stock cars is directly behind our house. So I'd hear him. If he wasn't there, it was very sad, because that's something I always did with him. And once David was old enough to go out there too, couldn't go in diapers, so we had to get him out of those. But once he was old enough to go too, we loved going to the races. And that's been stuck in me ever since, stock car races. I've always loved stock car racing.
I remember when you took me to see, was it the midget cars?
Yeah, we saw midgets at a fairgrounds, but also took you to Paris, and not the French one.
Which one was the one where the 2 cars collided and one like burst into flames?
That was at the Paris Auto Speedway, and that's AAA racing right there. So those guys are they're driving really fast, hot cars, and they do have some bad crashes. And I don't think you guys are ready for that. It can be pretty bad, and you're like, oh no. But generally we used to go through the neighborhood, and where my grandparents lived in Joplin, the best racer of our time frame was a man named Jack Belk, BLK, and we had no idea that he might be a neighbor. So we were just walking down to the playground from my grandparents' house, and there is the car. Jack Belk is underneath it, and it's his driveway. And we're like, oh my God, this couldn't be. He's a star to us. I mean, it's like seeing Stan Musial or Eddie Cardinal of time. And we, Mr. Belk, and he goes, yes, we're big fans. He goes, well, that's great, boys. Do you want to see the car? We're crawling around looking at his car. Well, you come by any time, and you tell your grandparents that you were good when you came here, and that way they'll let you come back. And we thought we just met like the most famous racer in the world, like Mario Andretti or something, So it was pretty cool. I was just talking to David about that the other night. We were remembering that memory. And of course, all those memories of growing up in Joplin, we had all of our family was all in one place. We were scattered around in the countryside, and we called it going to the old country. And we'd just go out on rural roads, and Dad was born in a town of like 12 people, and there was no hospital. He was born at home. And Mom was born in a town of 251 people in Fairview, so she's from a big city. But, and everybody knew everybody, and everybody's related to everybody, and yeah, you can go there. The tree didn't fork. But we just grew up with, that's a really, think about it, if you start there but you end up in Los Angeles, it's kind of what Dad had done, and that's actually what always was the wanderlust that David and Marcy and I had, was based on the early stuff that Dad did, just leaving Joplin, Missouri at 17 years old with a note from his mother to join the Navy, and he goes to San Diego, and he'd never been anywhere. And he goes from San Diego to Guam, to Shanghai. He went to Los Angeles as many times as the gals in a convertible would take him. And he left a little boy and came back full grown man.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Okay.
he's always proud of that. And that was what I think we had in us, and all of us had to do. We had to do our own quest out to California because, you know, that was just sort of the natural scheme of things that we felt was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And we're glad we did, definitely.
And so, you had family in Joplin, right? And then you grew up in.
And well, Dad got a job promotion to leave Joplin and go to a much bigger place. Joplin was a town of about 30,000 people, and we went to Tulsa, which is a town of about 200,000 at some point there. And just, I mean, to us, that was a big city, and you know, had to go right in the middle of first grade, really hard.
Yeah.
Show up in the middle of first grade. You get trotted up the very front of the class. You feel like you're 2 feet tall, and I was probably 2 feet 6, so it probably worked. But I'm standing up there, and you know, she's introducing me. This is Monty's here from Joplin, Missouri, and everything. And everyone's like, oh, well, that's, you know, a different place. But and I do have to say that I met my this is a tough one. My first best friend was Alex Reno, and I was scared to death. And I'm looking out at the class, and I see this guy looking at me, and he was just nodding his head. So when I sit down, he reached over and tapped me on the shoulder. He goes, "I'll be your friend." And when we lost Alex last year, I just thought about that. He went out in the playground. The first time I ever went out there, all the kids would kind of come over and either find out who I was or bully me, one of the two. And he just rushed up beside me and he said, "You guys leave him alone. He's my friend." And then wasn't even a week later, he says, "You're my best friend." And he always said that. So that was and he introduced me to Pat Kelly as a band member, even though I'd met Pat in the band but didn't know him. So he wanted me to meet Pat so that he could talk Pat into having me in his band because he didn't want to leave my band and leave me stranded. So I wish I could have repaid him a lot of times on that particular thing, but I know he knows I loved him, so yeah. I mean, that's how things go.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, can you do me a favor? Let's see. Do you see the red flashing light anywhere on it? Let's see. I can see it on the side, I believe.
I don't.
I can see it reflecting in
Okay.
the. I'm going to double check just in case. Let me see here. I'll just edit this out in post.
Did you want to get down?
Okay. Yep. 18 minutes. Okay. So we are recording. We still have plenty of battery. Alrighty.
If you want to get down, you can. But if you want to stay here, you got to calm down. Not shaking your head all the time.
Okay. Alrighty. So, so what comes to mind when you think about like growing up in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Wow. I just thought it was great. There was something about that town that was had so much folklore in it for us. I mean, everything we did there we had special thoughts about names for. There was our school was only, elementary was only 3 blocks from our house. So we loved to ride our bikes like maniacs. And I used to like to ride my bike over. Something I could do by myself was to go over there, and when no one else was there, I'd go to the big, at the end of each part of the building, there was a giant like porch area that you could get, you know, pretty good run going in a circle in there. And I'd ride my bike in there, and I'd be all by myself. It was kind of my place to go, you know, hang out. And then we found that there was this little tiny ditch that kept getting, then the rain kept getting bigger and bigger. And by the time that we started really thinking that's a fun place to go crawling down in the weeds and stuff and mess around, well, it was getting, you know, probably 6 feet deep on 2 sides, and kind of, you'd always slip and get in the water if you weren't careful, because it's just a, you know, I think it was just probably for the neighborhoods going underneath the streets or something, but we never questioned it or knew where it went. But we called it the Big Ditch. And the Big Ditch would be a meeting place. I called Alex and new friends, next door neighbor Bill Huffman, and down the street Jim Gibson, and on 2nd Street from us was Steve Pierce's house, and Alex was across the street from Randy Oxley, who became David's best friend. So I'd make a call out and say, let's all meet at the big ditch. And we turned into Guadalcanal, we'd be climbing, putting mud on our cheeks and be climbing along, and just do all the war movies, because we watched a lot of World War II movies. So we wanted to, I know I've already said this to you before, but somehow I always thought that Sergeant Kowalski sounded like a guy you could trust. That would be, you like Kowalski? You like that name? Good. All right. And then you can call it, just make up other names and, Byrd, get down, watch out for crossfire. And we do all that stuff and climb up and down those hills and come back all muddy. And Mom, what have you done? We go, we were playing at the big ditch. Stay out of there. I go, you can't even drown down there, Mom. Yeah, but I've heard about a kid that climbed into the pipe. I go, we're not going to do that. I don't know, maybe David would, but he was pretty adventurous. But we do that. We play baseball out there. David constantly had two other guys that they just constantly fist fighting all the time. I mean, they were like, one of them wasn't fighting the three of them. One of them wasn't fighting another than the other, and they was breaking those up and pulling David out because he was usually starting them. And he was tough. I mean, he could beat almost anybody twice his size up, so it worked out very good. But we just had so much fun, and we would just get together with each other and go to, just all you did is just go to somebody's front door and knock. There were no video games. What we did, we created the stuff that I felt bad because the non-tactile world where people are looking at their hand, and their whole world is in here. Well, it was out there for us, and I feel, I always felt like that we lose something in that, and that's why when people that are spend a lot of time on their phones get out and do stuff like you do, and like Chandler has done with you and stuff, and get out there and do other things, go rock climbing, go out there and it's just, if you sit in a room and look at your phone all the time, I think it's one of the things I worry about as I head near the end of my run on this crazy rock. I'm just hoping that everybody starts to find relationships again and get together with people other than just sending texts back and forth. It's just kind of I do it too, but we all do. But I just, I guess I wax nostalgic when I think about all the fun stuff that we did that I'm sure kids are going to have, tremendously good stories themselves that they did as they go along. And we just, I don't know, it's a great way to grow up. And I remember playing basketball. We put a hoop up in the backyard, and I remember trying to go for 50, 50 free throws, and 49, dang, clunk. Just keep going over and over again. Marcy was telling me that the other day. I remember sitting out there and watching you and counting them for you and everything. And I go like, as soon as I got a chance to play basketball and realized I came up to about everybody's waist, I'm gonna have to be pretty good. There's not a lot of Chris Pauls or whatever those guys that the little guys. But I loved doing it. But I just wasn't gonna do it. But baseball was my thing because I could do that. I was fast. I could turn a walk into a home run. And that was my thing, was to run around the bases as fast as I could go, and they keep throwing the ball behind me, and they never would catch me. And they finally put a rule on me. They go, that guy on the Hurricanes cannot just run on the bases. They have to make almost a softball game rule. I'm like, that's unfair. My coach was pretty salty, so he got in there and said, nope, that's his skill set. That's what he does. And so they let me run. I don't think they ever counted how many steals I had, but I definitely would have led the team. But that was me, that once I hit the ball, I'm running, and you probably aren't going to get me.
And then, so you probably covered a little bit of this, but so what did you love to do as a kid before high school?
Wow, one thing, man, with the freeing that you feel from riding your own bike, and I had to win Mom over and let her know that I won't get in trouble and I will come back, but I will ride my bike quite a ways. And so she decided that maybe she had to trust me on it. So right off the bat, I would ride all the way to the junior high school, which is about 4.5 miles from our house, and I'd ride all over Tulsa and loved it. I loved riding my bike. I loved playing catch. I could get guys, put a scramble ball, we always call it scrambling up. We'd just get a bunch of guys together, and if you got 5 guys, and make two teams, and one sets out or whatever, and we would just play in the backyard. And then after we started getting better at it, I thought, well, you know, the salesman in me says, you know, I want to get people to come over here and watch us play some ball and maybe make some money while they're here. So I just put a sign out in front, baseball, you know, and Cokes and candy. So people would show up and they'd sit around and watch us play in our backyard. And they pay a nickel and get a soda and be able to watch a game. And I'd go buy the soda for 2 cents, the way it all worked out. So I just had my little profit margin there. That's where I started actually selling things, which I thought in the long run, looking back now, I realized that was the thing you had to do anyway. If you're going to be a musician, you gotta sell yourself every single time you walk on stage, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had a famous line I used a million times is I walk in front of a brand new crowd, never seen me before, and I get the mic hot and I go, so how do you like me so far? And it seemed to work for me, so.
Mm-hmm. And then I figured you could recount your comic book store story, because I know that's one you've brought up before.
Well, that started with the baseball games.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I thought, well, gosh, people are going to come over, they're going to drink the sodas and the little candy that I'm, you know, buying at Sipes grocery store and then reselling for more than I bought them for, which is the oldest game in the book. And I loved comic books, so I had tons.
Mm-hmm.
I liked all of them. I liked the funny ones, I liked the stories, I liked the adventurous ones, the Supermans and stuff like that. So I just started buying them whenever I had. I figured, I told Mom that I want to be able to spend my own money, but I'll take the allowance and I'll get the things that I need to get that you think I should have from my allowance, and the rest I'll make myself. And she goes, it sounds like a good plan. So she couldn't really say much about what I would buy with my own money.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept a little envelope full of, I just started selling everything. I started selling flower seeds, I think was the first thing I saw. And I got, there's a magazine for boys called Grit, Grit, and I saw an ad there for selling flower seeds, and I went, well, everybody likes flowers, and you know, maybe I can try that. So had them sent to the house, and off I go, door to door, ding dong, and I'd look before they got there and look and see what they've got, and I'd say, would you like to buy some petunias to plant right there? And she'd look at the little deal and go, well, yes. I said, well, they're only a nickel. And so she'd get, well, maybe get 2. I'll get some roses too. And I just went around the neighborhood and sold as many of those as I could. And it was so exciting that I looked in that same magazine and it said greeting cards. I went, I can do that too. So I ordered every day greeting cards, all occasion.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't get a no, because everyone needs an all occasion card that you could give. And so I had this thing, it had birthday cards, it had just say hello, those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my easiest one. But then they'd say, well, do you have any holiday cards? I said, well, I'll be bringing Christmas cards. Oh, please get to me first. And I found one that would let me order the cards once I sold them. I'm about 8 now. And once I sold them, they would take what I carefully did box letters of so they could read them perfectly. They would emboss these cards with gold.
Okay.
So nobody had anything like that. So I went in the neighborhood and I showed what I had them the year before, and they're like, oh, I want those. And one year I made I think I made $41 on Christmas cards. Today's money, that's probably $500 easy, because it had been 1959. And I just remember, you know, having several good years of that. So flower seeds, I sold greeting cards, and I sold Christmas cards especially. But then I met somebody that really influenced me, and he was on the next street, and he was 1 year older than me, and I'm convinced, and I always will be, that he would have been President of the United States. His name was Vernon Leroy Conrad, but he went by VL. So VL Conrad had a mind that was beyond any young person I'd ever met. He was an adult, and he looked like an adult. I mean, he looked like he grew a beard when he was 11. He just was very ahead of his time, and he rose right up through, watching him a year ahead of me. You know, it's quite something to watch. And he took me under his wing, and he said, I really want I noticed you have your comic book stand. I really want to talk to you about my ideas about merchandising things.
And I put
merchandising.
I also did a little more compression, so we'll see if that fixes. Oh, and you refresh the drinks.
Speaking of,
All right, bud, come here. Come on, right here.
over here.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come here, bud. You're the focal point of quite a bit of the interview. It's just look at this. Look at this dog. He's such a good boy. All righty, so we'll go ahead and continue, and hopefully the camera will cooperate with us a little bit. But so you were talking about your friend VL and coming to you with a merchandising opportunity.
Yeah, he said, I saw your comic book stand you had the last couple of weeks, and how's that going? I said, it's going great. And he said, so what do you do, if you don't mind sharing that with me? I said, absolutely. He was a year older than me, but he was 10 years older than everybody. He was born old. And everyone respected him. And the neighborhood, most of the kids our age didn't know him. And I really wanted to, because I just found him intriguing that he would be so mature. And actually, he was literally getting a receded hairline at 12. And he already had beard that he had to shave at 12.
Jeez.
Yeah. But he was, and he had glasses. He had, yes, I always thought this was funny. Reinerson is the second person, VL was the first person that I noticed had little tiny eyes behind really strong glasses. And it's like, that just, I used to think, well, that guy's got to be pretty wise if he's hiding in there behind those little bitty eyes that are so, with VL, he was so smart. And Sparky's always been, oh, I'm not smart like that, but he is.
Yeah.
He is. So he asked me about the merchandising, and I told him that I really just like to get things that everyone likes and bring there, and I just charge enough that I get my money back and maybe get a little bit more so I can buy more comic books, because there are some kids that can't afford anything. And if they come to me and they look at some of my comic books and they have anything to trade, I'd say, bring me anything. So they go home and I go, I don't care if it's Little Lulu or, the Red Devil or any of the kids type ones, any of them. So that really started bringing a lot of, they started telling their friends. So the next thing I know, I've got maybe 10 or, during the summer, I probably got 10 or 15 customers a day. They bring in a stack, and I'd say bring as much, and they bring like this. All of a sudden, I've got this incredible inventory. Because what I do is I go, well, these are, Little Lulu and Little Audrey, and all these are really more for not the people that come to my stand here, but I think they're little sisters and stuff that like them. So I'll just scoot them over here. So I learned how to merchandise this, and over here, Superman. Okay, this is the top dollar stuff, and it's 50 cents for that one. It's a special one, That's twice what it costs when it comes out, but I've got it. Yeah, and they were okay with it. But bring me 5 of anything else, and you can have that one. So I got everybody on a barter system, and eventually I had about 500 comics, and I could stack them. I would organize them. I'd go out in the morning. I didn't drink coffee yet because I was only 11 years old. But in the morning,
But you were already like a pack of smokes a day. Working in the mud.
Unfiltered.
Oh, obviously. Yeah.
And just
It was the 50s, right? No.
be spitting out that tobacco. So I'm out there, getting it all ready, and I just would, it was just great to feel that Mom would look at me and she'd tell Dad about it, and he'd just like proud as punch, that I'm enterprising. But the thing is you need to motivate me. My motivation was, as my head came off the pill in the morning, was, what am I going to do today? What am I going to do today? Never changed that. I've even talked about this crisis I'm facing now, going, it's always been the same thing. Live, live, live until you can't live no more. And I was that way as a kid. And I got up and I would go till I couldn't go any longer. I don't care how early everybody went to bed. I would hide under my pillow. I used to find flashlights that Dad didn't know were around. I'd get it, put it under the pillow, and I'd put my radio in real low. And I'd be in there in my own little world till midnight or 1 in the morning every day, no matter what. And I'd get up, fireball, ready to go. And well, of course, I've lost the fireball part in the getting up in the morning, but I had it back in those days. But I would get up and just be so excited about another day of being able to do what I like, which is moving, all these
comic books out there so people can read them and have fun with them and bring me others, and they're buying sodas, but I'm doing business. I like the business, and I thought about going to the little country store in Fairview, a town of 250 people, had one grocery, and it was also a mercantile, they call them.
Mm-hmm.
So you get literally everything from leather gloves to lettuce at the Ankeny store. So it's
Mm-hmm.
Charles Ankeny, and he was the stud duck, the only store in town. You had to go to Neosho, which is about 19 miles away, to get to the big stores. So I was like, well, that's kind of learned something about it. A small store doesn't compete price-wise, and Mom would always say, it's so much more expensive here. I go, he's sitting out nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay the difference. And 2 doors from that, there's the barber shop. That was Whit's. Always trying to get me to go in there, and even when I had a burr haircut, he wanted to cut my hair. The day I just had it,
Mm-hmm.
And like Grandpa said, you don't go to Whit. His next door neighbor goes, you don't go to him. He'll nick you. I said, he will. He goes, everyone talks about getting get a clipper nick on your ear and it bleeds for like a week.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't want to go into him, and I never would. Like shave my head. But we're seeing him, and then Grandpa explained how this works. I sell the gasoline here. I've got competitors even around the corner, down a couple of miles. You can get gas. So I have to have something special. And what for him is you can come here and you can stand around in this room and you can chat with all these folks. If you've watched King of the Hill, anybody out there watching this video, the guy standing on the street, that was in his every single day. Mom called them the village idiots. And they would gather from,
It sounds like Sands.
Totally. I mean, she was just sitting there and tell dirty jokes, and Grandpa would tell them so low under his voice, you had to really listen, and then he'd start wheezing when he'd get to the part where they're going to laugh, and the punchline's coming. He was a great joke teller, and a lot of them were naughty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so naughty that it's like, book titles, like
Mm-hmm.
Holes in the Bedroom Sheets by Mr. Completely. Just all these things that we go, oh, Grandpa, we're looking. And he said, you can't tell your grandma about these. Plus, he had cigars. And I found him over in the corner, and I had this thing. I wanted to smoke a cigar.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept trying to figure out a way to get in there, and I steal one of Grandpa's cigars. It makes no sense. I can't do that. So I found where he left change, and he'd sell it, and he'd leave them in. So I'd get a quarter and put it in there, and then I'd take a cigar, so I paid for it. He just didn't know. And I took it out to the tree where we built those. We had a tree that got knocked down by lightning and laid that way for the next 65 years, still shows up on Google Earth. And it grounded itself in certain areas and stayed alive by its root system. And we filled it full of nails and boards and had all these locations on it. And we called it our tree hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And we lived out there and had a blast. Well, that's where a cigar could be smoked. If you get exactly the right place, we got to worry about, can they see the smoke from the house?
Mm-hmm.
Which wasn't that far away. I mean, it was like 100 yards away,
Mm-hmm.
because it was a 2.5 acre lot. But we're out there and just, shaking. Let's try it. Light it up and stuff. Ooh. I like it right off the bat. I'm like, wow. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch, my parents are big smokers. I'm going to be a smoker now. But we smoked it and everything. And I know that Scott, who I just saw weekend before last, unbelievable to see him again, was awesome. Because we were like brothers.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't a cousin. He was my brother. And he just popped right in and started telling jokes right off the bat. They're getting ready to go to Spain. They're in Spain right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said he couldn't stay long, but he wanted to get there and hang out with us. And he left. And I left him with a parting shot about the tree, about the James R. Debris.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a show we watched, the parents watched. We watched over their shoulder, and it was, this silly little show, but it was a hotel, and it was called the James R. Debris Hotel. So they decided, since the 4 of us decided, since Jamie and David, we could call it the James R. David
Mm-hmm.
Hotel. So we had a tree hotel, and we just got more out of that every year. We'd rush out there and build new platforms and stuff. And, you kind of started, I remember being the oldest boy, I found a place way up on a limb, and I drug all this wood up there. I built myself a really good platform. And now David and Scott are like kind of jealous. And I said, well, you guys go get your own wood and, just do what you got. And I'll come down and help you. And they helped each other. And we got like 3 different locations. Well, Jamie, she's basically in with Grandma and baking, because she was really very good in the kitchen and really enjoyed it. and she wasn't much of a tomboy. And we'd have totally been fine with it, but she was. But that was her deal. She was very feminine and just the most wonderful human you could ever know. And you've met her in your life, so you know what I'm talking about. But you know, we did all of that and had all this fun. And you know, the Swisher Sweets was I got a Roy Tan Philly, and the Swisher Sweets is the ones that I paid the quarter for.
Yeah.
And
the
I know
Swisher Sweets in the Philly, yeah, for sure.
That's the ones that, you know, Philly Blunt is the one that has a joke around it, right? And it just was, you know, thinking about that and the merchandising, which we were talking about earlier, and the reason that I even throw VL in there is because I feel like that he may have impacted me more than almost anybody I wasn't related to. It was just something, in fact, what he was my first real mentor. And he was only a year older than me, but he was so much older than his age. And he ran for school president, and he won. And it looked like people thought he was the principal sometimes when he got to, he was already 6'1" at the end of ninth grade. And he went off to OSU, and the same thing happened there. It was probably, I don't think you get, when you go into college, I don't think you get to run for any office until your sophomore year. So I think he was sophomore, you know, college president. And he was, everyone thought this is going to be the next president of the United States. He had, his entire being was about everybody. It never was about him. He told me that too. He said, I never felt like that it would mean anything to me if it was just about me. It's got to be about the people that we help. Do you like helping people? And I go, I do. And he goes, well, that's why I watched the fact that you gave kids. I said, well, I didn't really give that. They traded. And he goes, I know that those they brought you were not as valuable as the ones you gave them. I said, no, that was never the issue. We had a barter system, and it was fair. And he said, that's why I wanted to talk to you about working with me. And so he went off to college, and I went to Oklahoma City. The last year I was a senior in Oklahoma City, so I didn't get to see, he'd already graduated. Went off to OSU, which is where Sparky and Karen went to. And he was riding his bike one day, and somebody swerved his way, and his front tire hit a curb, and it spun over. Nobody wore helmets back then, and everyone freaked out and stopped because they thought a car had hit him, but he just bumped the curb. He said, I'm fine. He went on home, and he died later that day. He had bleed, and I just thought we lost somebody amazing.
Yeah, I do remember you telling me that story.
Very impactful.
Because that was the one you always used to make sure that we were wearing helmets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that. But because of the camera restarting, there was one story that I wanted to get you to retell real quick, was with the potholders.
Okay, that was Bill's.
And David, yeah.
Well, we're all going to, you know, he says, if you can take my potholders out there, I don't know how much you may already have some of it recorded, but it was, he'd make these, and more than him wanting us to help him on the loom, because it's really hard to get two people to work on a small loom, you know, he said, this is really easy. And basically they were rags, which that's how they used to make them a long time ago. Took rag clothing and turned them into potholders. And they were really colorful. And so I said, well, I can supply those. Mom has a bunch of stuff that we fabric that she doesn't need. And he goes, that's fantastic. So I brought all Mom's really great colors and everything. So now we're making really vivid ones. And I said, but I think my strength would be out selling these, because just hand me as many as you got and I'll go see how many I can sell. I just go door to door, and I'm almost always got all of them sold before I came back. Well, David always had like ADHD so bad that he couldn't keep him interested long enough, and that's normal for kids, especially the smaller, younger kids. Couldn't even interested long enough for it to be fulfilling to him. So he gets frustrated because the first person doesn't buy him, and he's not excited about doing it again. So I hung in there with him, and I just realized that isn't his deal. He'll find a different way to sell, which obviously every single day of his life he's selling something, and he's selling for other people too.
Can you recall the story of him going up to the door?
Okay, well, so you're talking about, this is back to Flower Seeds 101.
Yep.
So I think, oh my gosh, this is perfect for him. All he's got to do, look as cute as he looks, turn and show him to him, and say, would you like to buy some flower seeds? And I said, now say it to me. He goes, would you like to buy some flower seeds? I went, perfect. I get behind him and stand off, and they know me, ding dong. They say, oh, hi, Monty. Who's this? I said, it's my brother David. And he goes, you don't want to sell me flowers? You don't want to buy any flower seeds, do you? That's the first thing he said. I went, no. You know, he is trying to show you these flower seeds we've got today. They're really good. She goes, well, honey, you're right. I really don't want to be buying them. So, and I go, well, we'll come back later, next week or something. We walk away, and I said, no, I'm not gonna, you know, say you did the wrong thing, but you want to say, would you like, not you don't want. Mm-hmm. And okay, and we go to the next place, and he's got his head down. I can see he's conjuring what he wants to say. And ding dong, he stands there for a minute. She's looking like, yes, and he goes, he doesn't look up, and he goes, I've got flower seeds. And I go, and she goes, okay. And he just turned around and came back. And I go, no, not you've got them. Mm-hmm. You've got to entice her, so let me show you this one. He may remember it differently, but I remember it pretty well. So ding dong, and they go, oh, hi, Monty. What have you got this time? I go, I was looking right here. I think these petunias would be beautiful here, and pictures on the whole deal. Mm-hmm. And maybe these nasturtiums. Mm-hmm. And I remember those because they do look great when you grow them. I'll take both of those and give me 2 of the petunias. And I said, go, next one, you try that. Mm-hmm. So he looks at me and he goes, which ones do you want? I said, you're getting closer. Mm-hmm. You're getting closer. You've got an image. But he finally sold one, and he's so excited. I go, see, you just get out of the way of it. Remember, you and I have nothing to do here. This is not, our job is to bring something to them that they might want. If they want it, then they might give us recompense. We get something for it. That's what merchandising is, and that's what commerce is. Mm-hmm. Is you've got something somebody wants, and I even said one time we're working on, singing, and we wanted to be really good at it. We wanted to be. I said someday people will pay us to hear us sing, and he goes, they will. And I went, yep, they will. And he goes, then we've got to be really good. So we got a shoebox and pencils, and that was our drums. And we got a lot of other little, kind of sounds we could make. And we would sing, like, there were bells on a hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all till there was you. And that was a Beatles song, but it was from the show, The Music Man. Mm-hmm. And so it was like kind of 2 different genres. And we learned that song, and we would on that little shoebox. Mm-hmm. Then we started doing the rock songs, and we got where we could. Then we're just adding. Mom, I said we need wooden spoons, we need pans and stuff. So now we're making drum sounds, and we filled up a shoebox. David probably remembers this, and we'd stuff some socks in it. So now it's like a bass drum, boom, 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 and we got where we could beat, drums just like a drummer. Mm-hmm. And then now instruments have to add to it. So, the story of the saxophones and guitars and stuff that are out of that. But it all really goes back to, literally, it seems like V.L. Conrad was able to show me how what commerce was, and how that even related to art, mm-hmm. how it related to, I know that I'm probably too little to be at this time, I couldn't imagine myself being big enough to be a star baseball player, but I thought I'd be really good on my way up because mm-hmm. I could run, and I could really good fielder. I could really play shortstop and second really well. Mm-hmm. So that's what I wanted to do. I really thought baseball and music. And I remember I had to make that decision. Pat called me and said, you got to make a decision whether you want to be a musician or a ball player, because you called and said 2 weeks in a row that you can't rehearse on Saturday because your ball team. I said, yeah, we're almost done for the season. He goes, no, I'm putting it down now. The ultimatum is now.
Sounds like Pat.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to wait any longer.
Yeah, the cough. You got to add that.
Didn't want to wait any longer. So he was right, because he needed to put us, and I went, okay. So I called Alex. Alex goes, well, I just want to let you know, I just found out we both made the cut. We're both on the main team. So I made the little, as young minors, so I was 15. So most of the guys are, little stubble coming in and stuff, not me. I was just starting to, not be 4 feet tall. and I just a good fielder, so we got picked. So I went, I'm gonna quit, and I'd like you to, because you brought me along to Pat, and I think we need to do this. And he goes, okay, if you think we should. I go, Alex, you're big, and next year you could probably just play. If you don't want to do this, you could play next year. But I think this is what we need to do now. So we agreed as a duo that we'd do that, and that was my last time to play organized ball. But the next year, Dad found about a pickup league I could play, and I told you about that game. I was 16 the last time I played ball, and I played in Tulsa. Just got my license to drive. And Dad went with me, shotgun in the Mustang, brand new Mustang. I drove there with my ball glove, went in, and because he had built me up to this other team, they said, oh my gosh, this guy's here. So a guy from the south side of town, and because they were North Siders, and right, here's the skyline of Tulsa, right here. I'm in a lighted park. I've never been in a lighted park. I went out there and played left field. The very first, they say the ball will always find you, right? The very first ball is cracked into the corner, and I'm tracking it, and I'm going, oh, don't blow this. Got stands and lighted stands in it full, and I ran and caught it, went up against the fence, and there it was, and they stood up and applauded. It was like, holy cow, my last game ever to play actual organized ball. And then I go, well, I'm stinking up at the plate because I'm a singles hitter best, maybe a double in the gap or whatever. Sure enough, it scrambled right past the shortstop, and you cannot get me if it gets past the shortstop. I'm on second. So I got to second, and I see this team that has taken me out for one night. They're going, yeah, like that, So game ended, we won, and everyone's over giving me, man, you're gonna play next week, you better. I said, I don't think I'm in a band. They go, you're in a band? I go, yeah. What kind of stuff? I said, Beatles, Kings, stuff like that. So, oh my gosh, well, I'd do that if I could do it. And I go, well, if I ever come back to Jimmy Chamberlain is the guy that was on that team, and Dad got me to play that night. If I ever come back, I will play with you guys. It'll be fun. So I had one night of having a ball that I caught against the fence, and another one that just a little scrubs double, and that was my biggest night in baseball. I was grown body by that point. It was almost my height I am now.
Yeah,
my massive height.
And then so. We kind of covered this. We can go to the next one here. So what do you remember the most about your teenage years?
Well, I think the most vivid memory I have is how many new questions your mind has. How many, as all the growing up hormones are in you and all these things are happening, and you go, man, this is going really fast now. A lot of things coming at you real quick. You got to make a lot of decisions. Got to really start getting focused on what you want to do. And by the time I was 16, I knew. I had no qualms. I'm a musician, and I want to write songs. And I'd already written several by the time I was 12 or 13. I even sang one for your mom the other day that I wrote when I was about 11 years old, before I even knew what Candlelight and Wine were. It was a romantic song called Wanting, Needing You. And it was, Candlelight and Wine is one of the lines in it. So, coming from a 13-year-old kid, it's pretty funny, or 12, however old I was. But I knew that. So my teenage years were absolutely that. Immersion in music, just total immersion, like, to the detriment of everything else. Like, I do not even start looking at another career. This I picked it, I'm gonna go for it. And I know what a crapshoot. I mean, this is not something where you can go, if I just study enough, I'll be. No, even that doesn't work. But I gave it my best to him, because that's who I was as a teenager, and I could not have picked something to be better for me, because everything that I wanted was there. You got the fun. You're out. You're going all over the state, and you're in front of a bunch of screaming girls. I don't know. I just think it was really hard to imagine doing something better. So it was really about writing, getting better at playing my horn and singing, but especially writing, because that would set me apart from the other guys I play with that can't write. And so many of them, trying, and a lot of people just don't have the confidence. They probably could write, but they're not confident enough in what they would write that they could really get get that out of the way. And I always say, get out of the way of your own self. I've written that many lyrics, and I'm like, no. But like your mom will look at one and go, what? This is a great song. So get out of the way of your own self sometimes. So that's what I did as teenagers. Learn how to do this thing, and learn how to sell yourself. Get out there and be confident, and don't tell them they don't want any flower seeds.
Did you have any pets growing up?
Yeah. The first doggy was somebody next door probably had a visitor over, and this dog wanders over, and we're not sure if it's the people next door. We didn't know them very well in the house on 11th Street, which we were just on a couple of days ago. And we didn't know, and Dad said, well, till we find out whose it is, and he asked around, the people next door just weren't home. Well, I think it kind of turned out that the people next door had friends over, and their dog had gotten out of the car, and they didn't know it till then. So the dog disappeared, but it was a cocker, big ears, and cockers, all they want to do is rub against you and love and lick on you like this dog does. And so it was really cool. It was a good experience. And then Aunt Shirley, and there's pictures to prove this. I just was looking at those recently. There's a picture of her with me. I'm a little baby, and she's got her little dog there that she said was the best dog in the whole wide world. And she still says that at 83 years old. And so that dog was one that was very friendly to me. And Grandma had a dog that was a collie. And it was a small collie. Not a Sheltie, but not a real big collie. Sweetest dog. I mean, you think of collies, you think of Lassie and stuff like that, but this dog was a real sweetheart. So a lot of nice dogs. I was always allergic to cats. In the very beginning, I would try to pet one and I would start sneezing. And it's like, uh-oh, you're not going to work well with cats. But, I just loved having a dog is the best person to have because he understands everything you're thinking. And this is the first boy dog right here that I ever had. The other boy dog was that visitor that day, and he was gone after that. But Mom decided it was time for me to be able to get a boy doggy. And he is the best.
He's all right.
Yeah.
And then let's see here. So, what were the schools that you attended when you were growing up?
Well, I went to kindergarten and first grade for half a year at East Moreland School, elementary school in Joplin. We moved to Tulsa and went to John Ross Elementary School, named after the Cherokee chief John Ross, who was the president of the Cherokee tribe. And it was a neat school on not a real a place that looks a little rough now because it was a lower income but nicely done place back when I was a kid. But over time it's become more run down a little more. I'm kind of I'm sad for the people that our house doesn't look as nice as it did when we lived there. But then again, it's 60, 70 years later. But the neighborhood was a lot of people that were in my dad's. I guess my dad going to work and telling the guys that work for him at GE that this is a good neighborhood. Two of them moved right on the next street from us. And they were two sweet guys, Chuck and Baden. Baden Wyatt and Chuck, gosh darn, what's the I got Baden's name, Baden Wyatt and Chuck Sutton. And I know David is watching this, he's going to say something about their wives. Well, they had two of the cutest little wives you've ever seen in your life. Now you can imagine how at 12 years old the hormones are starting to hit, and we're like, oh my gosh, one of them looked like Marianne on Gilligan's Island. That was Chuck's Ruthie. Ruthie was her name. Now Vaden's wife was more exotic, and I think she was probably like a Middle Eastern background, so she had that really like almost Syrian look, and that. Some of those ladies are so beautiful in that culture, and it's like they were just dolls. And Mom was like, of course, attracting her own. All of her friends wanted to see my mom out, doing yard work because she was quite a sight. for the young men that would fall off the bicycles trying to look at it as they went by. So it was kind of
Alrighty. So you were talking about when it cut out. You were talking about the house you lived in with your friends and their moms. You were describing their moms. I think you were talking about your mom right after that.
Yeah.
That's where it cut out.
So your grandma was easily the spiciest gal in the neighborhood. I mean, all my friends would start down that groove. I go, nope, you need to stop now. You've been through it. You've had a mom like that, and they start talking. You go, end that quickly. Well, we can't talk any further. But the funny thing was, that Mom would go. She loved to garden the front yard, and you know, her neighbors probably thought she was doing it on purpose, but she was out there. She enjoyed having something that wasn't just taking care of the kids and cleaning the house. So she'd be out there and she'd be gardening, but she'd be wearing capri shorts and a crop top. And so a lot of back accidents. We literally would see kids try to look on their bikes and they'd fall over the curb and make a big, you know, thing. And she, oh, you okay? Oh, I'm fine. And you know, she might even run out there. So I think they crashed on purpose. But you know, she was such a pistol, and you know, she wanted to get involved, and yet she was so ADHD. It's in her whole family, and we all have it. She had a hard time listening to these gals that would do Cub Scouts and all the things that she was going to get involved in, and it just was her train of thought was going way too fast. She couldn't really, you know, feel like that these are some gals that she could hang with. So that was kind of, I think for her, was she felt really disjointed from the other moms who front down, I mean, literally come out the curb in a bathrobe and curlers. My mom's out in beautiful hair, capri, and you know, that kind of thing. And so guess where they'd be, the kids would be watching. But you know, of course, Dad always just smiled. He knew, he just like me, always knew that, you know, your mom was going to. One thing I always thought is your friends get to see a woman that is very smart and very hip and has her thing together. To me, that's even more than the natural attraction that little boys are going to, you know, little men growing up are going to have toward the women that they see out there. And so it was never, with your mom watching it and your friends, I never saw anything but just like, wow, they probably felt like that, you know, your mom was doing all kinds of cool stuff. She could cook all these wonderful things, and yet she was still extremely pretty and all this stuff. So I'm sure you get the same thing I did. I mean, people would say, my God, your mom's so cute and all this stuff. I go, you need to quit talking about that. It's not something I can talk about. Yeah, so we both.
So that neighborhood was where you were going to what school?
John Ross.
Okay, and then what other ones?
Well, I want to add something that I never tell this story. There was a place that I went to really, there's two places I went to really be by myself. And I managed to squeeze that into a trip about 5 years ago, or maybe 10. You don't, I mean, by now it could be 15. But I went back to Tulsa, and I parked my rental car out there, and I got took my saxophones, went up there, and I got out my camera, and I played some songs inside the porch that I used to spin around on my bike, constantly having a blast. And that was where I would go to be by myself, because as I made, it was pretty good size, you know, like the end of a tennis court, that big. So I would run around there as fast as I could go, and I was all by myself, and I could think while I'm riding my bike. I could think, I could ride all over the neighborhoods and think.
And what school was that?
That's still John Ross.
Okay, because you did take us by there.
Yeah, you saw the, and I actually had the videos of me playing in there, and I said, I'm coming back here to play inside the place I used to hang out, and I played my sax, still on my phone somewhere. But I would go, you know, I went actually on that same trip, went down and saw what trickle was left of the big ditch, which I'm bigger, it's smaller, and they actually mitigated the land around it, so it's just a little dip now where it used to be about 7 feet. It's like a foot and a half now, and so it's a regular tributary to the creek system, and that's where we used to play. And boy, I'm telling you, when we would play, we'd get down, about 6 feet to the top of it. So you're really like, we could act like we've got, we're crawling, Kowalski and all that stuff. So we had so much fun. But then as we grew older, it's a place to go just think.
Mm-hmm.
You always need that. When you guys were young, I told you, if there's a place that you feel comfortable, just go and find a place that makes you feel really comfortable with yourself and your place in life, and then you can talk to yourself in the universe right there. And I always promoted that because I had that all over the country. I had places I could do, and then that was definitely the big ditch there, and that porch. And then when we went from that school and came up to Oklahoma City, actually I had to go from there to my junior high, which still in the same neighborhood. So I went to school at junior high from that same neighborhood. It's when I moved on the other side of town, Dad found a house that our ball manager, Bill McGill, who became like an uncle to the family, he had bought a house and said, Bert, why don't you come over and take a look at this house and I think you're going to like it. So he bought it and moved across town into a nicer neighborhood, much more upscale. Unfortunately, the kids were brutal. And John Davidson was my new bully. And I've been honest with you, I had a lot of bullies in my life, and a lot of them spent more than a year torturing me. And now I'm big enough that, it actually hits me. I get hit in the head and stuff, and try to hide my bruises and stuff. Because I would fight him off, but then he'd just get his minions and they'd hold me and let him hit me. Just because I was me. It had nothing to do with anything. I had a saxophone. Tried to take my tenor on the bus so I could get to band. And I got a terrible band director that year who said I couldn't play. I couldn't play in first band and get my chance to be first chair like I always was, because I wouldn't play in the marching band because I had Pat and the Panthers gigs. And he told me the union will end up taking all your money. It's never happened.
Yeah.
And Pat was like so pissed about that. And he told
I know
me,
a thing or two about bad band directors.
we certainly do. And that's why when it came to me, I said, the guy that was my band director was Cotton Bowl. He actually had a band in the Cotton Bowl, and he would never let it go further than that. That was his big deal. And he is not going to put a band out there that isn't committed and doesn't practice every day and all this stuff. And then he said, okay, so I'll put you in second band. I go, what's that mean? Well, you got to change. Got to go to the counselor. Had to juggle all my classes around and stick me in what I call the other band. People couldn't play. People were sitting around honking. They couldn't play. It was band 2. And Jan Dennis was a female tenor player, 2 tenors, because I played tenor in the school band. And she was such a nice girl. She couldn't play worth crap. So we just traded off. You'll win this one, I'll win this one. We did every challenge back and forth. And she thought I was really good. No, the deal is, this is not my world. I'll be out of here soon. I don't want to mess you up. So let's just do it that way. So I got out of that band that way, and I quit organized music, and it cost me my education. It cost me everything that I needed to be in Pat's group of people that all can read like crazy, because that's what I was doing. I was reading music, and all of a sudden I didn't need to, because he wasn't going to let me and be in the band. I still, read from that time on. I read charts and sessions and stuff, but I could have been a lot better reader had I done it every day and been in band. It didn't work that way. So that's the problem I had. But the result of that is not that consequential when I think about it. That wasn't who I was anyway. I was going to write songs. I had my own course, and if I had, wanted to be a guy that reads and shreds, and as they call it, shredding, and goes in and just nails every session, that's not me. That wasn't the player I wanted to be. So it's great because those guys are awesome. There's so many of them that do both what I do and what they do. But that wasn't really me.
So you were finishing up about the bad band director and reading music.
Clarence Wallace.
Yeah, for me it was, I think it was Kenneth Mello? I don't know, I can't find any information on him.
Mr. Mello.
Don't particularly care. He's a little troll man who's a trumper and a terrible person, which I guess is just saying the same thing twice.
Oh, absolutely.
But, when you look like a hobbit, I guess
That's
life
right.
is kind of not great for you. Though, the Hobbits are actually good people. It's
Yeah. Well,
so that was that one school.
Nathan Hale, my only year there.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Nathan Hale High School for my sophomore year only.
Mm-hmm.
And then we moved to Oklahoma City. So I've already moved once and moved again 2 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Now this time I'm not just changing schools, I'm changing towns.
Mm-hmm.
I had to leave Pat and Panthers. I had to leave a very popular band for nothing. I have no idea where I'm going, what's going to happen. I've never been there, never been in Oklahoma City. We hit town and hit that neighborhood, and the very first day I was there was one of the best days of my life, because Marker, the little boy across the street rode up on a bicycle and rang the doorbell, and I went to the door and he goes, "How old are you?" I said, 16. He goes, "Okay." And he drove off. He rode up on his bike. Ding dong. Like 5 minutes later, there's Jim Sparky Ray Anderson standing right there at the front door. And Mark goes, "He's your age." And I go, "Hi, I'm Monty." He goes, "I'm Jim." We shook hands, and he said, I'm 15, but I'll be 16 in August. And I said, "All right." So we became friends right then.
Mm-hmm.
And he went across the street. He said, "How old's your brother?" I said, "He's 10. And he's 14. He goes across the street and gets Larry Bundy. And same thing, ding dong, and David comes to the door. And then they became best friends. And there, me and Sparky became best friends for that town,
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I was still best friends with Pat and Alex, but,
Mm-hmm.
new guy. And so I added them to my friendship list, which is awesome. I'm so lucky to have.
Mm-hmm.
And we just had I had such a rough start. I was hazed as if I was a freshman when I was already a junior.
Mm-hmm.
I got hazed at what they call senior circle. I didn't know anything about it. Neither Sparky, never been there. We went in together, and I got pushed around, slapped in the face, and made a fool of. And I have to hit somebody. And I'm like, here I go again, just like it was at Nathan Hale.
Mm-hmm.
And never got beat up at my original school. Anyway, I got out of that, and then a guy beat me up at a pizza parlor about 3 weeks later. So that became a thing too, that I needed to fight him. The whole parking lot was full of guys. There's probably 100 people waiting for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
I went and got Sparky's arm. I said, "I don't know how I can ever deal with this, but let's get on the bus. I'm just going to leave my car here. Let's get in the bus and ride it back to our house." And he went with me in the ride of shame. Because as we're taking out of the parking lot, there's 100 people waiting for this fight that doesn't happen.
Oh, jeez.
So I went home, and I'd already been through a tremendous beat up. The weekend before that, I got beat up in a parking lot. That's why I couldn't go fight again. I couldn't even be hit again. Had a broken bone right here. My cheek is still there. Chunk's still there. The guy was a state wrestling champion that beat me up.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Ruther. And I got to confront him a couple times after that. So yeah, it was all good. Basically got through that, and because of good people. One of them was a friend of Kenny's, who was his name was Jackie, and he was probably as bad as Mike Ruther any day, but something about what he saw really bugged him, so he stepped in. And he's the one that he said he had to go home from school today because his face was so swollen. Would you really think he'd want to fight after I have a broken bone in my cheek and I've got two black eyes. Went to school like that. Way to go. Way to start the year. So I go, and Dad did not know how to cope with this very well.
Mm-hmm.
It was very difficult to me. He was like, "Let me see your hands." And I go, "Dad," he goes, "Let me see your hands." Well, David said when the fight was about ended, Monty was able to get out from under him, being ambushed, and he was beating the guy so hard that they took him up, picked me up, and threw me face down on the front of my car. Bruised me up doing that because they thought I was the aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't see it on my hands? No, probably not. But, that made Mom really mad at Dad, and we had to go through that. But it was tough. But it's part of growing up, and it's as bad as it was. I didn't even at that point, I thought to myself, God, can this come out of this funk? I'm left Pat in the Panthers. And I get a couple of people called me in the same week. Heard you're a guy from Tulsa that played with the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, and so the two best bands in town were my age, were the Midnight Rebels and the Nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
So they gave me an audition the same week, both of them did.
Mm-hmm.
So in the Nightmares, I played in the garage over at Skip Cody's house. And they were so cool and funky.
Mm-hmm.
And they were definitely a solo band.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt so good playing with them. I played a couple of great solos, and they went, "We want you. We want you."
Mm-hmm.
And I go, "Well, I already said I would audition for the Midnight Rebels." And they went, "No, they're our main competitors." "All right, well, we understand if you're going to do that, but we want you." So I go to the Midnight Rebels, I go to their house, and they're all real cool and kind of, compared to the Nightmares, they were saccharine. I mean, we were gutsy, the guys, I had to kind of come in realizing that these guys have gone on the wrong track. They're huffing paint, doing all kinds of weird stuff. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's a rougher group, but they believed in me. And I said, "Guys, first thing I'm going to do, if I come in this band, I don't need to lead it, but no one's going to huff, no one's going to do that kind of stuff." All right. In fact, Dave Melton, who has been around my life,
Mm-hmm.
he went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "You've got clouds in your lungs." Yeah. Paint.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, Jesus.
So if anything, I did that. Came in, and I'm sitting around in the house, and Dad says, "What's going on with your auditions?" I said, "Well, they both went really well." And he goes, "So who are you going to pick?" I go, "I don't know yet." And he goes, "Why?" I go, "Well, the Nightmares said, we want you." And they wanted it right then. And the Midnight Rebels said they'll give me a call. He goes, "So who are you going to choose?" And I went, "Well," he goes, "You're not going to choose the ones that said they already want you?"
Mm-hmm.
And I went, he goes, "That's who you are." I called him, I said, "I want to be a Nightmare." Midnight Rebels called right after that. "We want you."
Mm-hmm.
I went, "I'm sorry."
Tough.
Pick the Nightmares. Stuart, you've been around Stuart O'Dell.
Mm-hmm.
He has hugged you. He's the big bass player.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wanted to be a Nightmare from the very beginning. But he was in the Midnight Rebels, and they were really popular.
Mm-hmm.
But we got on their heels, and eventually we had a record out. They did too, but ours did better.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us had a record on the Oklahoma City radio station, WKY.
Mm-hmm.
And ours was lucky because they really liked the way it was. It was something I learned in my head from listening to the Muscle Shoals and all the Southern Booker T and the MGs. This dun 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 ba da da. And I wrote this little thing with a guitar player, and he wrote this thing goes dun 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 boom dun dun. So it's real cool. And my part was da 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 da. So it's all these horns, and we just stacked my horns. But our drummer, our guitarist, and drummer, guitarist, and keyboard player could play trumpet. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So we had 4 horns on it. I did 2 saxes, so it was actually 5 horns on a record. Logan's did.
Okay.
And it got played every day before the news at noon.
Mm-hmm.
So just be listening at 11:55, you'll hear our song. And you go, "And that's the Nightmares, and here's the news."
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's nice. Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. So that was kind of that's getting, coming into town, getting a new band, getting beat up, standing back up, and slowly making my way into my own world there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was never going to be easy, but at the end of it, all those people are my friends now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that whole group of Domfesters are all from that same area.
Mm-hmm.
And they treated me beautifully, took care of me. Just had to go through the bumps and grinds.
Yeah. And so that was the final, that was the last high school you didn't transfer
Nope.
again? Or?
I graduated from Hudson City High School.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1969.
So we've talked about your kind of school history there. We'll definitely jump into the history of your bands and stuff. But and I figure this is going to be a pretty long answer. But and there's no definitive. I bet you're going to name a couple people here. But who was your best childhood friend, and how would you describe them in your relationship?
Well, Alex. He was just the guy that walked up and said, "I'll be your friend." And then he saw kids bother me that same day, first day in school. And he came over and put his arm around me and said, "He's my friend, leave him alone." And then
like 3 or 4 days later, he kept his arm around and goes, "You'll be my best friend." And that's how we settled it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you know, the fact that he transitioned me, and he's the one that Pat actually talked to first before he talked to me, is the whole, that's already like 3 or 4 or 5 years go by before we ever meet Pat, you know, so. Now, lots of years actually. The whole, all through elementary school, Alex, me, it was quite a group of people from Latimer Court all the way over to Marshall Place. You'd have the people I mentioned earlier, which is me, next door neighbor Bill Huffman, Jim Gibson, Alex Greenhaw, Steve Pierce, Wayne Reed, Dwayne Cena, Fishworms, as David Kelly called him. I don't know where he got that nickname, but it was a good one. And we all, that was the neighborhood bunch that got along really good with each other and grew up together. And so band-wise, you know, when Pat was, I had a band called, well, first called ourselves the Road Agents. And I still like that name. The Road Agents sound really good. And we played mostly what we would reproduce, stuff we could learn off records. So we're looking at Dave Clark 5, the Beatles, the Crickets, Buddy Holly, anything we could get that had a driving beat. And so we generally couldn't find someone that had a full set of drums that wanted to play them, but Fishworms did. Dwayne Cena had a set of drums. And, you know, Wayne Reed was a good bass player, and another friend of mine, Roger Reed, also played bass, and he was somebody we used. But I put this band together, and then eventually, I don't know why we changed it from Road Agents, unless there was maybe a record came out, and so every once in a while you'd have a name, and somebody national would come out with that name. But for whatever reason, we ended up counting ourselves like the Mysterians or something. And that's kind of the band that I was, you know, fooling around with. We were actually already playing little sock hops and getting really good reviews. And then I hear that this same guy that I saw at Jazz Band is putting a band together. I heard it from Alex, and he goes, "I need to talk to you. Can you come over to the house?" I went over and he goes, "Well, I've talked to Pat, and he wants me to be in the band, but I told him I won't leave the band without you. If he'll hire you." And he said he was really wanting a rock and roll band. He didn't really have a saxophone in mind. And he said, but I told him, you can play anything. You play bass, you play guitar, you sing, you write. And he said, okay, let's have him come over and let's hear him. So I got an audition with Pat. Even though he's already heard me playing school band, he didn't know, you know, I'm playing a part. I've got a sheet music. It went off great. I mean, we did a couple Beatles songs and Pat's eyes lit up and he goes, yeah, this is great. But we don't need another guitar player, your brother. It was really hard. It was very difficult. So I waited and I was all bummed out about what I have to do. And so Mom sent Dad in and he said, well, okay, I'm going to talk to you about this. I know what you want to do is you want to make sure that David gets an opportunity and that he doesn't get left behind. And you're being a good brother, but you're older. And this is a point when you go older real fast. You're going to turn 16, he's still going to be 13. You know, you really got to realize that there's a point when you might not, you know, but you may play together again someday. You can't, maybe sometime right now. But let's see how it works out. And I'll talk to David. So David comes and sits down and he goes, Dad told me that you really think you should take this. And I think you probably should do that. And he goes, I'll play with some of the other guys in the neighborhood and maybe put my own thing together. And I told him, I said, all we've done is lay on the floor and dream about when we could be, you know, big musicians and songwriters. And I felt bad, but Dad said, you really need to do this. This is where the rubber meets the road. Mm-hmm. And so I did. And the irony is that a year and a half later, we were visiting our grandparents, the Clyde and Monte Byrd, at their place in Joplin, and he sent me a letter when I first took off for the week, and it says, Monty, I've made some big decisions concerning Pat and the Panthers. We're going to have to ask Alex to leave the group because he can't play nightclubs according to his dad. He doesn't want him out in the nightclubs downtown, which were
literally whorehouses. They really were. They were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we played at Casa Delgado, Cat House.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you got there, and it was rough. He just couldn't see his son doing that, which is really weird since he drank and all this stuff. But Dad said, I don't know, Marvin gets like that. So he's already, basically made his own decision. And I said, but he's the one that got me in this band. And he goes, well, what's the other news? I said, well, Pat is going to replace Alex with David. And he goes, well, see, this is all like it's supposed to be. And his brother, David Kelly, is going to take Jim Grisham's place. So two sets of brothers. And we needed one more person, and we found David Brown, who wasn't a poet, great singer in Glee Club, but really didn't have an instrument. And within 2 months, Pat had him from square zero to playing bass like Paul McCartney. And he was a absolute perfect McCartney click in. So he sounded like the Beatles right off the bat. And we went from there. And it was very difficult to see Alex go by the wayside. And, knowing that he'd done everything to get me there. And so that's been one of my roughest things. And when he passed away, recently, he was all over what I was going through, and he sent me some great things to hang my hat on, and always just checking on me. And I didn't get a chance to check on him because he checked out fast. But I know he knows I love him, and yeah, I know that's all good. I'm all good with that. But some of those things happen. That's just how it works.
Yeah. Okay. We got about a minute 30, 2 minutes-ish before I have to restart the recording again.
Okay.
So we'll get the last one of the questions off of this section here that I think would be good. Did you have any family traditions growing up?
Yeah. Well, I think that the most traditional things that we have were the way we celebrated Christmas. Because it had a role to it, and it developed itself based upon the families that Joplin is very close to what we call going into the old country. I mean, we did. But when we say going to the country, we're just going 35, 40 miles outside of town, but it's completely rural. Little tiny farmhouses, and that's it. And so we had two different things to do for Christmas. One is we'd have Christmas with my grandparents in Joplin proper. And that meant the family from that side of Dad's family would all meet there. And Shirley and all the family from that side would meet. And the tradition was that they would have us go hunt for Santa Claus. So me and David were supposed to get in the car in the back seat, and we would go looking with the elders, the men. And they'd point, and they said, could be over there, and we're looking, and I mean, we were dead on it trying to find Santa. We get back, and Santa had just been there. And there'd be a train track out, train running, the smoke coming out of the deal, Lionel train. I mean, I remember that being, I remember 2 helmets laying there with a football. We get back, and as the years went by, more and more fun they had out of that till they actually pulled that off on us when we were grown. They sent us to get something at the grocery store. And we came back, Santa came, and we were like, oh my God, our faces must have been so red on the pictures because we were like 20 and 23 or whatever. 22 and 20 when they pulled, and Kevin was part of that, and he, just recently meeting his whole family. I've been estranged from him because I made a mistake on my judgment of what happened in his life, and I managed to put it back together. I mean, as far as I can see, I think we're good to go. Went and visited him, and we talked about all the Christmases, and he told this beautiful story. He said that him and his 2 sisters would sit with their elbows in the front window of their house on the window, and they'd be wiping the frozen glaze that it would put in because the room's hot. And, boy, back then the rooms were so hot and it was so cold outside, and the glass was not tempered; it's just to like freeze up. Yeah, they'd be scraping that off until they, like Kevin said, Christmas didn't start till the Byrd brothers walked in the front door. And so we had that tradition. So we would go there for Christmas Eve,
Mm-hmm.
and then we get in the car and we drive 40 miles on little country roads and look at the sky. And when we were little, I even wrote a story about it in my yearly newsletter called Over the Hills and Through the Woods.
Mm-hmm.
And basically we would look for Santa.
Mm-hmm.
And the radio would be playing, Dad would be having a cigarette, a little red dot, and Mom would be over her cigarette, and the whole thing was just like so romantic. And we'd be playing music on the radio, and they'd just put on Christmas carols all night.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd point out, "Oh, I think I could be a movie watch." And we'd get there, and we got to Fairview. We'd get all stuff out of the car. We'd bring all of our gifts in, put them under a little tree that would be half the size of that wall over there. So
Mm-hmm.
a little bitty tree that Grandma and Grandpa had gotten. And we put all our gifts around there and wait for the Turners, for Scotty and Jamie and their family. And their sound of the gravel as they turn in the gravel driveway, we run out there and all of us get together, and we all get this little tiny house with all these people in it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd be like stretched out on a chair that has a hassock, that's one bed, and then a couch over here, and one on the big chair, and everybody's, and then all of a sudden all this giggling, and all of a sudden it'd be quiet. And like it's just magic, we'd hear, "Well, Santa's been here."
Mm-hmm.
We wake up and everything's already in there.
Mm-hmm.
How they got the stuff in there around us without us hearing it?
Determination.
Yeah, well, sneaking around. And by the way, I do know that the booze popped out right after we went to sleep.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So they're in the kitchen boozing it up, And Grandma like everything. Oh, he drank, and well, she drank. Your kids drink. Your grandsons drink. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I thought that was a pretty good tradition.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Alrighty, so we're going to skip forward quite a bit, and we'll come back to these other ones because I just want to make sure I get certain things.
Okay.
So, describe the first time you met Mom. This was she made sure I was going to ask this question. So,
Well, it was July 31st, 1980. It was Grandma Byrd's birthday, and we were playing a one-off gig that David had talked me into taking this job with this obnoxious club owner that kept telling us how much better his place was than ours, the way it was. And number one, I didn't believe it because I loved where I worked, and I loved Ann and Lou, I loved my crowd. And David said, "We've got to do this. It's going to make us more successful." And I went, I'm too loyal. I don't want to do it. So he had to literally, with this club owner in front of him, he had to talk me into it. And I'm going like, number one, I couldn't stand the guy at all.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying abrasive things and said, "If you say one more time that your club's better than ours, I won't go there." I kept saying stuff like that. And he goes, "Well, I'm just trying to know, this is a great place to work. I have great owners. I don't know you from Adam. And if you can't treat me like these people do, why would I want to come there?" "Well, because you can do better." I said, "What kind of crowd? Have you been there when we're packed?" "Well, we came during the weekday." I said, "Yeah." "So how do you do there?" "Well, we're great. We're good." I said, "Okay, we'll see about that." "Well, if you just come on audition, don't audition, don't do that." Haven't been doing it for years. Been 20 years since I've auditioned. I'm lying, maybe 10. But I just said, we don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
"Well, we'll take you on it." I said, "No, here's the deal. You're not going to tell me how you're going to do it, and maybe we'll come up there and you'll like us or don't like us. Either you hire us and give us a contract, and we come play that contract out, or we're not leaving. I'm not budging."
Mm-hmm.
David said, "Wait a second, we talked to him." So I was seriously bad cop because I did not want to work for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He'd chew his mustache. He shot me. Always, again, I can't stand that. So anyway, I didn't want to work for him at all. I didn't want to go. So I had a big talk with David. I go, "I think we're stupid. We've got to roll. We're in every magazine, the Lens, or on the front pages of everything. Why would we do this? It'll make us more successful, make us bigger." I mean, "What, you mean absence makes the heart go fonder? I don't get what we're be leaving our gig for in the middle of summer."
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to go ahead and do it. So it's about it's 4th of July, plus we were going to get our vacation from the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't get paid, but they don't replace us. They just put another band in and we come right back. So put that in jeopardy too. So I said, now we're in jeopardy. We don't know where we're coming back to. If we went, well, maybe we can come back there. Well, I was right. The place is horrible. They had a zillion of our crowd. Everybody but the bartender was assholes. And I'm not saying that I met everybody there, but I'm telling you, most people I met, the waitress and the bartender were sweet. The owner and his wife were horrible. They fought and screamed at each other and threw pots and pans around in the kitchen. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I just immediately, David said, well, you were right, yeah. So well, I don't know over here, but what are we going to do to get back the way it was? My gosh, he said, yeah, we've got a problem here. So about 3 weeks in, I'm like, oh, can this end soon? And we're still wanting to go back to Oklahoma for our yearly vacation we always take. And we don't have it anymore because if we leave, we'll lose this gig and that one, for all I know.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of stuck, and I'm thinking, boy, something's got to turn. And Ann and Liz show up, and they're out in the crowd, and they're smiling. And I went over and I said, I am so sorry we left. And they go, well, we came to get you back. I said, well, David was playing hardball, was never good. They go, we know. Would you want to come back? I go, I can't wait to come back. And they go, well, let's set a time. You said you wanted to go do your vacation before you left. I went, yeah, you can still do that. Your gig will be waiting on you when you get back from your Oklahoma vacation. And David goes, okay, I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
So now we know we're not going to have to stay there. So it changes my whole attitude. That night that your mom walked in, I was already so sick of watching him walk around and screaming at his wife and going back in and banging the pots and pans. He came out while we were playing our opening set, which is real quiet, and we were playing like Ain't No Sunshine, or something. Comes out, does a zip throat. And I went like that, and he goes, did it twice. I looked around and go, David, it appears that the club owner here is wanting to commit suicide. Do we need to call 911? He goes, I know, I was thinking the same thing. And so I go, I'll be right back in a second. I took him in the hall and I go, don't you ever do that to me again. I've punched guys out for less. I told him that.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I said, don't you ever zip throat me again. Don't worry, we went out of here and we're gone in 2 weeks. We'll be gone and be so happy to be gone. Now get away from me.
Mm-hmm.
You're repulsive. Went back and well, we can't stay here.
Mm-hmm.
I've just cut our necks off. But then we wanted out. And so we knew he didn't have time to get a real good band in there because we're good enough that what crowd he did have was, so we went back and had, okay, I got that in my system. All right, now it's just go have our vacation in Oklahoma. And what? Literally, we started that after that little deal. We started a song. Here Comes Your Mom. And she entered from this side, and I'm playing bass. And I watched her walk across. I looked at David and went, I'm going to marry that girl right there. And he goes, what? I go, I'm going to marry that girl. We can take a break. So we just started. I go, we need to take a break. Finish this song. Looking for love in all the wrong places. I believe what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we finished the song, and I said, we'll be right back at a short break, and I put my bass down, and I see that. I've already told him we're out,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like this, and I went at him. And so I go, David, go talk to her right now, because I don't want to mess this up, but I don't want to be just running to the table. So
Mm-hmm.
go talk to her. You meet her first, and go out. And I went out and, basically, just kind of going out and talking to people like I was schmoozing with
Mm-hmm.
the crowd. And then timing's about right. Okay, now I'll go over. And I said, hi. And she said, hi. And I go, I'm Monty. And she goes, I'm Karen. I said, are you married? She goes, no. I said, are you engaged? I looked at her hands. She goes, no. And I said, okay, where do you work? She's still giggling. She goes, well, across the street from here at Monte Byrd fish restaurant. I went, I like that place. And you work every day? She goes, yeah, I work afternoon shift and whatever. And I said, and she goes, this is the bartender from there. And she's come to see you before. And I said, oh, hi, good to see you again. And they go, okay, well, see you soon. That's it. I had my work done. And I went up and we played her gig. And so when she got to the gig the next night, she got to her gig, I was already in her section. I was sitting back like this, and she walked in and she looked over and saw me, and her tray drinks almost fell.
Mm-hmm.
She admitted that happened because she saw me and she went like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
And so she comes by and she goes, well, hi. And I said, see, I told you I'd see you. And I had a card, you've seen it, probably has the little bird singing. It's a little bird, so silly, and it's got music notes coming out of his mouth like this, and it says, Monte Byrd, songwriter.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so how does a nice guy get your telephone number? She was just like, I guess you need to ask. I'm asking. Here's mine.
Mm-hmm.
She took my card. So she went and wrote her telephone number down for me. And I put out my money for my Heineken, didn't finish it.
Mm-hmm.
But, down about a third of the bottle, one of the rest of it. And nice tip. And
Mm-hmm.
when she came back, I was gone. But I called her that night.
Mm-hmm.
And we were never apart from that day. So when I saw her in the club, she was there the next night. And I said, can you come next? She came the next night. And she came Saturday, and then the week was over. And she said, what are you doing? I said, what are you doing tomorrow? She said, well, actually, a friend wanted me to come to a pool party. And I said, she goes, would you like to come? So she took me to a pool party. And in the kitchen, 3 days after I met her, somebody said, was this Karen's new boyfriend? I was like, yeah, that's what he is. And I never looked back. I made a mistake, as you know. I went out and told her what a bad boy I was and how I didn't deserve someone as sweet as her. And, I felt, like it. I don't know why I was doing it. I just felt like, my gosh, she's too good for me. She's just too sweet. And I'm this old grizzled road musician, played all over the country and all that stuff. And she thought, compared to the guys that she grew up around, I was like Castor milk toast. I mean, I had nothing. I had no street smarts or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But, I just thought I better warn her.
Yeah.
And obviously it didn't work. She's still back there.
Yeah, I don't know. You tried scaring her off.
I did my best.
And, against her best judgment, I guess she stuck around.
Exactly. Yep.
So, obviously you kind of had a love at first sight thing, but when did you fall in love with Mom? And kind of what qualities did and does she possess that you admired?
Yeah.
And do admire, I guess.
I can't lie. I think I fell in love with her at first sight.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went, I want to see if I could be worthy of her. That's exactly how I felt. There was never a moment when I felt like that she wasn't who I wanted, or she wouldn't be the one I wanted us to be with forever. I knew it immediately. And every day made it even more, logical. I mean, I get ready to take our trip back to Oklahoma, and I said, I know we've only known each other 2.5 weeks, but will you go back and meet my parents?
Mm-hmm.
She said, sure. So that's how quickly it happened. And by the time we got there, I had friends in Oklahoma City. Kent Blessing came over to visit. Used to be in the band at the Gusher Club with me and Donnie Jutman.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kent comes over, and the first thing he says is, holy moly. Let me take a picture of you. And it's one of the ones that were on the driveway, and Mom and I were real young.
Mm-hmm.
Kent took that picture on my Polaroid.
Okay.
So one of the first pictures was another band member, and he spread it around that Boy Monty's brought this beautiful girl from New York that he met in California to Oklahoma City to meet everybody. And went around and met people. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, you just found the perfect person. So yeah, it was, I always look at it like it was day one.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time that the first week went by, so it's a Thursday that she met me, and the next Thursday I said to myself, my gosh, I can't imagine not always being with her.
Mm-hmm.
Always being with her. And I'd never ever thought of grown up stuff like that lasts a long time. After all, I had really gone a long run. A lot of my friends were married and had kids.
Mm-hmm.
I was 29 years old.
Mm-hmm.
She was 22. So when I had my 30th birthday, she was only 23 years old. And I just had no doubts.
Mm-hmm. And so what were some of her qualities that you admired?
Well,
What kind of drew you to her?
Well, it was her heart. It was this feeling that I got by being around her that, man, this is such a beautiful person. She has such a big heart. She's so sweet and beautiful and all the things that, but I know there's something that they say that we smell a person and they smell like your person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they say that that's how kids can tell their parents are around them, when they can smell. And she already smelled everything about her. Just I could smell her when I wasn't around her. I could smell her through the telephone. because she just was perfect. I know it sounds corny.
That's all right.
That's how I felt.
When and where were you married?
Well, we got married. Christmas came, and I was just out to get her a gift, and I was like, really, I was struggling. What do I get somebody I'm already wickedly in love with? Can't imagine not being with her.
Mm-hmm.
What do I get her? I got to get her something that's of import. Something that shows her. I couldn't think, and I was walking through the Pasadena Mall of all places, which I never really shopped in, and I looked over, and there was a jewelry store. And I just started walking over to it.
Mm-hmm.
There was no thought, there was no plan. I walked in the front door, and I walked along, and the fellow said, "Would you like to look at your engagement rings?" I went, "Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
So out in that hallway, looking in the jewelry store, feeling I was so in love with her, I can't imagine never being at her side. And he says, "Do you need to look at an engagement ring?" And I went, "Yes."
Mm-hmm.
Now, he didn't make that decision for me. It was already in me. I just had to have somebody see it in me. And, he said, "Well, let's take a look." We did. And I pulled the rings and got them in a deal. And I put them in my drawer at home. It was about the 11th of December. I mean, they were eating me up every single day.
Mm-hmm.
She'd been, in the kitchen with this big smile, making food and all this stuff. And one day, out of nowhere, I was sitting there watching her cut carrots. I know that sounds weird. She was cutting carrots, and she had a little apron on. And I just go, so I got it out, and I put it in the couch behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Come here." And she goes, "What?" And I go, "Come here." She sat down, and I go, "Here." It's horrible.
Oh my God.
I wish I could have spun around and got on a knee, but I was just so overtaken by this need to let her know I wanted to be with her forever and to marry her. And I couldn't even, and I said, "Want to get married?" Not to anybody, not me, but just to anybody. "Want to get married?" Here, and I set that down. And I went through she can tell you a completely different story, I'm sure, because inside, by the way, it sounded like cars crashing and cymbals hitting and people screaming and all this stuff, because I'm like, I'm blowing this. I could have done a lot better job, spun around on one knee or whatever. But instead, I'm so nervous that I hit it in the cushion, yanked it out. She pops it, she goes, "Oh, it's beautiful," and everything. And I go, "Well?" She goes, "Yes." Boom, we've only known each other not 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got a call and start calling everybody and going, "Oh my gosh, they got engaged," and everyone was all freaking out. In a nightclub, everyone's talking about it. And then, the winter goes by, we have a wonderful trip back we'd met them, and then we go back to Missouri again 3 months later.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's, "Oh my God, they're engaged," and everything. And then the summer comes up, and it's coming at, and it was just like, wow, it happened so fast. And all of a sudden, we're standing side by side out there, and the whole story about the bride's car leaves and goes by the church and just keeps driving. And we're sitting there going, "Where are they?" And she was so excited and so nervous that she's talking, and they drove by all the turns, and they got way far away. And they had to double back, and the minister said he was going to leave. He had another wedding to do, and your Uncle David and your grandpa and Pat Kelly, the three of them got up and said, "You're not going anywhere."
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Oh wait," and he said, "No, sit down,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to do this." And so he begrudgingly, and he did. You can see it in the pictures. He's not a good person, but he got up there, and we did the whole thing. Didn't ask us to do our vows. He decided to slide us that. Who cares? Big deal. But I got it all done, and we just left. I can't imagine anything being more eventful at such a fast pace, and to meet on the 31st and be married on the 19th before the 31st the next year. We didn't make it a full year before we were married, and we took off on a honeymoon that only had the first day planned out, just like my dad. But it was a killer first day.
Yeah.
In fact, the hotel room that we stayed at, is now available. We can go back up. They redid the hotel at Miramar, and they've completely redone it. And that particular hotel room is about $4,200 a night.
Jesus.
Yeah, I just looked. It's like, we knew it was insane, but I'm not exaggerating. And we probably got it for $120 a night and it was a cottage. And Sandy was with us.
Oh.
Beautiful Sandy. She was a sweetie dog, and she was just right there with us from the very beginning. I remember getting on the spa over there, and your mom was like, just doing this thing. I'll wait on you, honey. What do you want, honey? I go, I want a glass of Chardonnay. And she goes, that's here. And I do want a shot of schnapps. She gets some schnapps.
Oh my God, the two things you would never mix.
Never mix those two. But I went, ooh, minty. And oh my gosh, we had such a hilarious night. We were just laughing. I go, eventually you got to remember you're in a spa. You just go laying it out, and I go, I hope my knees aren't wobbling trying to get back to our cottage. It was just a great night. And I think that, we were both about to fall asleep before we ever got back to our little cottage, but it was just a great deal. And the next day, she goes, so where are we supposed to go? Well, I said, I made a couple of calls, but I don't actually have, because I wasn't sure if we wanted to do this or this. And she goes, oh no. Well, sure enough, we drive into Mormon land, and they were having a big Mormon convention in the state. All the rooms were gone.
Oh no.
We had to drive all the way through Utah into Colorado. And we're driving real high.
Mormons in Utah?
You think there'd be some.
Right, it's odd.
And straight over, and believe it or not, people were staying in Colorado too, because the rooms were. So we went all the way into Colorado, and I mean, I've been driving, it's already daytime, and I'm like, she's sleeping, Sandy's in the floor. I'm going along, and I go, I found this hotel, and they go, well, we don't have any rooms till 3 o'clock, but this gal says, I messed up, it's our honeymoon, and oh, you know what, here, if you can just stay in your car for an hour, I'll get maids, and they'll set one up, and we'll get it all good for you, and you can stay till, 3 or 4 o'clock, and get a little sleep under your belt, and maybe it's like, I went perfect. We did it, took a shower, they didn't charge us anything. We got back in the car, and now we still don't have a hotel ahead of us, but at least we got some sleep. So yeah, I pulled a Clyde Byrd.
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty.
Hi, I'm Nathan Byrd, and today I'm here with music songwriter, musician, realtor, and father, Monte Byrd. And we are going to kind of go over and discuss, his life and kind of any advice, any stories he has for us, and just chronicle the man, the legend. And so we're going to go ahead and just jump right on in here with a pretty important question, one that I know one particular listener is going to want to know about. And so we'll go ahead and start off. Can you describe the first time that you met Mom, Karen?
Yeah, it's really easy to remember that because I still have the full, time of it in my mind, and the sequence of it's still there, just like it was. My brother David and I were playing the Widow Brums was the name of the nightclub, and why someone would name a nightclub the Widow Brums, I don't know, and they couldn't explain it to me, but it was a gig we'd been playing for about 2 weeks, and had been on a long run in the San Gabriel Valley at one nightclub that we were doing real well at. We just decided to take a little break and see if we could, get them to want us back more after we'd been there for several months, and it worked. But while we were there, we basically started to build a new kind of little crowd there, and so you had to watch the crowd, and we're entertainers, so we're singing songs and telling jokes and talking to the audience, and we were in the middle of this is the urban cowboy days. So we had to throw a couple of country songs in there, and we would put on cowboy hats. I am born in Joplin, Missouri, and raised in Oklahoma, so I've got that background. So we could do that, and we were in the middle of one of our songs with a cowboy hat on, which, I just take the part on. It's not me, but it looks like like I like it, but we both have them on, and we were doing. It seems like to me we were doing a song from Urban Cowboy. I think it was "Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places,"
Mm-hmm.
which is it's an odd thing to have happen right when you're going to meet the love of your life. But this was in July of 1980, and so, just looking out at the crowd and out to the corner of my eye, and I'm singing, playing my bass with a cowboy hat on. And I see Karen, my wife, who's in the studio right now. She was just walking in, and I immediately didn't even know what I was singing. I just kept singing, but I kept watching her, and as she went across, I followed her all the way, and she sat right at a table, which would be like 10 feet from you right here.
Mm-hmm.
Sat down right there. I watched her sit down, and I looked over at my brother and said, "That's the girl I'm going to marry." That's how quick it was. And I always tear up when I talk about it because it felt that way. And I said, we just taken a break, so we're back on stage 3 songs in, and I said, "We need to take a break." He goes, "Monty, we just started." I go, "We need to take a break right now." And so we take a break, and I said, "Here's the plan. You go talk to her, and I'm going to middle around a little bit, and then I'll go over and talk to her. Keep her there. Do not let her leave." So he runs over and starts talking to Karen, and I walk out in the crowd, and I'm schmoozing, talking to everybody, but I'm still looking over there, and I kind of get the idea that he's going like flagging me over, it's about time for you. And I came over and he said, "Hey, this is my brother Monty." And so that's how we started. My brother introduces me right there, and I basically just looked down and did I guess a checklist like a cop would do. I said, "Hi, I'm Monty," and she said, "I'm Karen." And I said, "So are you married?" And she goes, "No." And I said, "Engaged?" She said, "No." And I said, "Where do you work?" And she starts giggling like, "Well, why all the questions, right?" And she said, "Actually, I work with this gal I'm sitting next to, work over at the fish restaurant across the freeway there." And I said, "Oh, Monterey Bay, Canners, I know that place." And I said, "You work all the time?" She goes, "Yeah, pretty much every day." I said, "Good, all right." So I had all my work done.
Mm-hmm.
I basically had done all my reconnaissance, and I knew what the game was going to be, and I said, "It's really great to meet you," and went back on stage. And so the next day when she came to work at Monterey Bay Canner, I was already there. I was all set to go. And I was kicked back in a chair and just kind of leaning, taking it easy, no drink or anything. And she came in and she goes, and she was starting to say, "Can I get you a drink?" And she looked at me like, "Well, there he is." And I said, "Hi, remember me?" She said, "Yeah." So I had a real corny little card I had made when I first got to LA that I thought, I want to look different, but I couldn't find anything that would work, but I found this singing bird, and it was really corny. And he's got, he's leaning back and he's putting out notes, and then I put Monte Byrd, singer-songwriter. And I handed her that and said, "Well, here's my information. How does a nice guy get your phone number?" She goes, "Well, I guess he just asked." I said, "Okay, I'm asking." So she goes and writes it down. She's over there thinking, maybe that's not exactly how it went, but that's how I remember it. And so she came back, and I had ordered, I think she asked me if I wanted to have a drink, and I said I'd have Heineken. She brought me Heineken, set down her number, and I could tell that her face was red. I thought she was either going, "Who is this guy?" or a little bit nervous. I hoped to be the latter.
Mm-hmm.
But I sat there, sipped on it. You know me, I would normally drink that right down before I could. And I just kind of got about halfway, laid down the money for the tip and the tab, and said, "It's great to meet you." And I walked out.
Mm-hmm.
And that was reconnaissance number 2. And then, of course, obviously I called her immediately. And we got together on Sunday. I had a day off on Sunday, and she said, "I'm going to go to some friend's house. They have a pool, and, maybe you could meet me there." And I said, "Cool." So I go over, and we immediately, well, the truth is, we've never been apart since that first day, not once. And, we just immediately were head over heels, and by 2 weeks in, I said, "I'm supposed to go back to Oklahoma to visit my parents. We've got 1 week between this gig and going back to our Way It Was nightclub that we totally own." And they rehired us for a raise and wanted us back. And she said, "Well, okay." And I said, "Will you go with me?" She said, "Okay." And I'm thinking, she's going to go meet my parents 3 weeks in, right?
It's a little early, but yeah.
And we drove across country. You really get to know each other riding in a big van across country. And we got there. Mom and Dad your grandpa and grandma were just absolutely giddy. they were stopping me in the hallway of the house, going, "That's her." I said, "It's in the plan. I'm already there." And so when we were driving back, I asked her to move in with me, and that was it. So romance was immediately, and then we were off to the races. And then that was in August, and we moved in together at the end of the trip. We came back and moved in together, and about 3 months later, I was Christmas shopping, November, I think, and I was walking by. I looked over at this jewelry store. I don't go into jewelry stores. I don't even know how they work. I don't want to go in there. There's money going to be lost. I'm a musician. So I walked in, and I'm looking, and I'm trying to fake look at other stuff, like watches. And this guy comes over, and he goes, "What are you looking for?" He goes, "I think they're over here." And I went, "What?" And he goes, "The engagement rings are over here." I went, man, I was busted. I was like, wow. I looked at, but I was nervous. And he started showing me these. I have no idea even how to think about what to get. So I got whatever my mind was able to put together on that. And I came out of there, and that thing was burning in my hand. When I got it home, I hid it, of course. And I go, when am I going to ask her? And I am just like, I can't wait for Christmas. That's kind of the idea. And then, no. And so I looked out in the kitchen. We had this beautiful little bungalow that was, unequal to this day. It was just, perfect for two people. And she was in the kitchen. I was in the living room, which is kind of a studio. It's one big place. But I was looking across at her, and she was smiling, and she was cutting carrots and celery for dinner. And I just looked at her and go, I can't wait. So I said, can I talk to you? And she goes, yeah, you're talking to me? And I said, no, over here. And she goes, what? She comes walking over, and I've got it hid behind me. And all of a sudden, I go, I don't know. Do I get on a knee or just blurt it out and don't know what I'm going to say? Haven't practiced. My heart's beating like crazy. And I said, want to get married? And she goes, yes. And I handed her the ring, and that's how we started. It was like, do you want to marry me? It might have been, or some big long, and I'm a writer. I should be able to do these things. But it was, I'm mouth dry talking about it now.
Yeah, you've always been kind of someone who's big on production and stuff, so to know that it was kind of like as you went, it's kind of funny to me.
Yeah, it's like having a crowd out in the audience. You're supposed to start the show in an hour, and you just start talking and playing, and like, boy, is this it, or yeah,
you've never been like a nervous talker or anything like that. No. You've always
I'm ready to go. I'm planned. I know what I'm going to do. Boy, that went out the window. Mm-hmm. But it was so amazing. We had such a great. All of our friends are going, we do it. It's going to happen. And so we got married the following summer. So we've been married since July 1981, July 19th, 1981.
Okay. And so what were some of the qualities that Mom had that kind of drew you to her and
her warmth. Mm-hmm. I can't look at her over there. When I looked out in the crowd, that's what I felt. This is a warm person. This person with a big heart. Mm-hmm. And she never. And I looked in her eyes, and she never disappointed me.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple.
And so you already mentioned when you were married, but where were you married?
In Arcadia, California. Yeah. Which was where we were living in that little bungalow, and we neither one of us really we're actively going to any churches or anything, so that's a good start there. You got to go find somebody who wants to marry you, And we talked to a Methodist church minister who put on a good show for us and turned out not be a real cool guy, but he just was kind of abrupt with us because that's a completely different story.
Yeah.
Wedding day. But anyway, prior to that, one of the questions was, and we should have known, was, so do you live together? He just throws that out, and we said yes. And he said, well. So he's judging right then, but that's a different, it's a different thing. But we had to get that done, and then we picked a old church and everything, and everybody was all involved, and we would end up at the way it was. And they took the whole restaurant and they filled it full of food, and our friends brought food, and we had just a killer, wedding day reception at my home, the nightclub, which that's all I did. As you know, I haven't ever been anything but a musician at that point. I hadn't ever done anything. Would have never imagined I'd ever get into real estate. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Last thing on my mind. And I just, I looked at it like that whole thing really happened really quickly. And then all of a sudden, this summer we were married, and that's really fast. 1 year, but we were already together from the beginning. So, yeah.
And what do you remember from your early relationship? Like what would be a really important story you'd want to tell?
Let's see. Well, I think the thing I remember the most is trying to tell her every story of everything I'd ever done. From the day that I even brought with me the receipt from my first saxophone, which I feel like is the day that I became who I am. And my mom had written on here, Monte's first sax, and I was going through all their stuff, and it just fell out. And I go, there's no way. I mean, I can tell now the day that I became a saxophone player because the dates are on here. If I can open it here. There we go. And it's from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Sade Music Company, and the date was the 1st of June, 1963. And it was a little 12-year-old boy standing there trying to get his head up to the counter, and a horn not that much different than this. We'd been to a couple pawn shops, and Dad was looking at him going, and by the way, I got to give Dad credit for me being a sax player, because I played violin for 2.5 years, and I'd gotten pretty good at it and really loved it. And one day, which would be June 1st, he said, so you're set for band next year, and for school next year. And I said, yeah. And he goes, so you've talked to the musical director? And I said, yes, I have. I had my meeting. And he said, so you still want to stick with violin? And I went, you just throw that, whoa, like throwing a roadblock in there. And I went, what? And he goes, you've never thought about playing something else? And in my mind, I'm thinking, is he thinking guitar or drums? And is this going to go a completely different direction? Violin's pretty, it's not going to get all the chicks, let's put it that way. And I was actually playing I was at that time going to Methodist Church and playing in the youth fellowship. So I'd go play my violin for people. They liked it, but he said, but wouldn't you want to do something exciting? And I said, like what? And he said, like a saxophone. And I can hear it, like it just was the biggest sound I've ever heard. It was, I saw myself with a sax, and I was a grown man in my mind. I went, oh my gosh, a saxophone. And I know that's my dad's favorite instrument, because his favorite band was the Glenn Miller Orchestra.
Okay.
Which is, they owned the 30s and 40s when he was growing up. So I'm like, okay. And he said, well, we better go get one. And the whole family, David tagging along he was 10, and Mom and me and Dad, the four of us went shopping. Well, the first place was this little pawn shop, because he thought, well, maybe we can get a deal. And somebody said, yeah, check the pawn shops first, because people quit when they've been a student, and they quit and they take their horns in there. And later on, I realized only the cheap horns end up at the pawn shop that way.
Generally,
if they're any good, they're going to be more pricey anyway. But he kept bringing out clunkers. I mean, Dad looked at him, and I don't care now. I'm so excited about the idea of being a saxophonist. See, everything he brought out looked good to me, but he just no. And then he called, your grandmother's name is Marjorie, but he called her Marge.
Yeah.
And she'd rather be called Margie any day, but for some reason said, Marge, this ain't gonna work. You gotta go to the music store. So he asked me if I knew where one. Well, I do, because of my violin. I said, well, the best one is Sade Music. So we go walking in there, and he says, where do they keep the saxophones? And it's like, we must have looked like a little army, because we come in and we're ready to go. And they pointed us to the counter. I went over there, and a really nice man came up, and he said, my son's going to start playing saxophone. And he goes, okay, so is he in school yet? And he said, he's in school, but I don't think he's set up to play saxophone yet. He said, well, band directors are really flexible. And has he got summer school ahead of him? Because that's what they generally want you to do, is go learn to play in summer school. That way you can get up to speed, because the kids there have been playing 2 years before me. And, gosh, you don't want to start, way back. And so he's telling us all that stuff. And then he said, let me show you a few horns. This is a student level horn and everything. And And I looked at it, and it didn't have it. He said, wait a second. This isn't really a, he said, is he a fast learner? My dad said, he can play anything he puts his hands on. He plays the little guitar, and he plays violin. And they said, nah, he might be ready for a mid-level, or like a intermediate. And they bring this horn out, and it was an Olds was the name of the brand, and they still, are out there somewhere, but I think they've been absorbed into like everything else, the conglomeration is all one horn company now, but it was an Olds Parisian. That was the model.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's still one online. I found one or two online. I looked at it, and it looked beautiful, and he showed me how to hook the strap on, and I held it. He said, you're not going to get very far today with a reed. A reed instrument, he said, don't be discouraged, but reed instruments are going to make you work to get a sound, as you're well aware.
I'm quite aware.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and I go, okay, I'm standing there. So I've got this horn in my hand. I don't want to let go of it. I don't want to hand it over. I don't want to hear the argument get into how much is it going to be in. Dad go, well, what else you got? And I said, Dad, I think this is it. And he goes, well, how much is this one? Well, and this is 1963 money.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about.
$179.50.
That's
About $750.
yeah, easily.
And
yeah.
this is from when people were making $125 to $200 a month if they were doing real well.
Yeah.
And they got to pay house payment. They got to pay all their bills.
And Pa was also notoriously frugal.
Is that the way you say cheap in your language?
Well, I wanted to be nice about it, but yeah.
But he was so, his starstruck look at looking at that horn with me holding it, and it just, he astounded all of us. He went, all right. He said, can I put it on an installment? He said, we can do that. He said, I need 3 references, which on here you'll see it says Admiral State Bank, Tulsa, Sears, Tulsa, Chick Norton Buick, Tulsa. Okay. And he works for General Electric, which is on here.
Mm-hmm.
And which is who he is.
Right.
He lived his entire career with 50 years at General Electric, so he's the GE guy, and I'm the sax man now.
Mm-hmm. And
he put this all together, and he bought it. Total price was $200.86. 12 months of $15.59 a month with a down payment of and balance would be $185. So he had to pay either that up front at the end. He talked him into the end, and we walked out of there. And it's this beautiful signature, which you always had. That Clyde J. Byrd looks perfect every time.
Kind of looks like Chandler's signature, to be honest.
It does.
Yeah.
And Chandler writing left hand like this.
Yeah.
So, to have this artifact, of course I've scanned it and everything like that, but the actual thing, and so I'm going to give this to you, and I want you to put that in a frame.
Yeah,
okay?
For sure.
So I'll do that at the end of the day. And, this is further evidence that the hornbeam, goes to somebody else, but then again, I may have a picture of you and your great-grandmother with me.
Is that Mars or Bird?
That's Bird. That's
okay, yeah.
Great-grandmother Bird.
Oh, okay.
And you look to be about 4 months or 5 months. Like that. You've got a little bit of hair going on your noggin now, but
a little bit, yeah.
But this is further on.
Mm-hmm.
This is when I became an adult. I did go to summer school, and I'd never done anything like this. I'd never been on my own.
Mm-hmm.
You were not, I was allowed to ride my bike all over the place, but you didn't go anywhere without your parents taking you in a car. And so Mom said, the biggest problem is get you down all the way downtown Tulsa. We were out in the suburbs. And I go, I'll ride the bus. And she said, I couldn't think of how to tell you no.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'll go to the bus stop. I'll take my horn. I'll take the bus by myself downtown. I'll take the school, and every day I'll come back. And so, boy, adulthood immediately.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I'm riding the bus, and it's just a regular city bus.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a saxophone next to me, and I'm on my way to downtown. I get out, and you talk about growing up fast. I mean, you're so young, you're not even a teenager yet, but you're downtown,
Mm-hmm.
And downtown Tulsa was really cool back in the old days. And I loved it there. But so later on in life, when I became the adult in the room, then I wanted to get the other horn I brought today, which is my soprano.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, gosh, I've had that, way less time than I've had anything else. But then when I looked, it turns out that without glasses, I may need your help. What's the date on this one? I know it's in 70 or 72, somewhere in there. 1972, maybe?
So
Maybe,
where would they have
maybe
put that?
October, because we were getting ready to play a gig that night.
Oh, yeah, here it is. October 6th, 1972.
There it is. Okay. Yeah. So, that it's odd. It doesn't seem like, that that's anywhere near as long a time period as 9 years when I'm an adult. I'm an adult. I've got a gig. I'm driving a car. The whole thing. So the difference between these two is amazing, but they both have the same impact to me, because this is the day I became me.
Yeah.
This is what this is. This is anyone who knows me. Even the people who've done real estate business with me, my card has me with my saxophone on it.
Yeah.
They know me as the sax guy, so it's who I am.
And then to steer it a little bit back. So
Give me a second to get some Gatorade over here.
okay.
Yeah. I'm getting a little parched.
Yeah. No, understandable.
Okay, good.
Okay. So to kind of steer back, what do you remember from your early relationship with Mom? So I think you went on a tangent on this,
Yeah.
and I think it was probably related to this. That's
Yeah.
why. So
Yeah, and with the saxophone, that put me where I was going to be, and then, like I said, it's who I am. But by the time that before I even realized it, that is exactly who I am, and that's everything that my focus is. And even though I'm going to college, all I can think about is I want to go to LA. I want to go to Hollywood. I'm going to take my horn out there. I'm going to play music. And I told everybody, and I wasn't going to let them down. And you have a just like the old joke goes, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice.
right.
So I knew to get to LA, I had to work, play gigs constantly, and that's what I did. I went to school, I worked as a janitor at night, and played nightclub gigs. So my days I had about 3 hours of sleep every day, and it was great, no problem there. And I graduated with a liberal arts degree, a full boat BA. And as soon as the day that I graduated, we went on the road. And that was holding us back, and Oklahoma City was where I was living, and we were ready to go. So, that we go out on the road and start doing all that stuff, and that builds, who you are. Because now you're you're completely self-sufficient. I have been for a few years anyway, but you're out there, you're self-sufficient, and you're going all over the country. And I think we found all the worst gigs. Got a couple of good ones. Most of the worst ones, we played towns like Sheboygan, Michigan in the middle of the winter. Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with 18 inches of snow the first night and 25 degrees below zero. And so what they do up there, because that is, they just drink heavy. So we're playing these nightclubs, a bunch of drunks in there, and so, okay, this is what we got to learn. But the whole time keeping the eye on the prize is to get out here. Never, ever once was who am I going to marry? That was completely, the reason I even went back to this is that was never, I wasn't against it. I was told several times, you'll probably end up a lifetime bachelor. And I said, I don't know, doesn't really matter. Haven't got to my goal yet. So when I got out here, immediately started, I was doing sessions in LA. I was getting chances to do little things like, be in a movie with Bill Cosby. Yeah, way to go, running by background. Elliot Gould, though. And so I was a big fan of Elliot Gould from MASH, the original movie. So I was standing next to Elliot Gould as much as I could and talking to him, and he was a really nice guy. His job in it, because it's a story about the devil and Max Devlin, and it's an old story that goes all the way back to I think Washington Irving wrote the original. It's a pauper in King Richard's court or something like that. That's kind of the background.
Okay.
And he sells his soul to the devil and stuff like that. Yeah. So we were, there's a couple stories there, but we were, doing that and doing commercials, and it was just, so quick. I wasn't thinking about that, and so that's the first year. And so I moved out permanently. I went on the road again. I kept going to LA, and I moved to San Diego first in 1976, and got to get back on the road, so I did. And then I went, I'm going to go to LA. So I started coming cross country and riding with Pat Kelly, who is my lifetime best friend and also my co-writer to this day, my producer, and we played together as recently as a month ago. So we've done that. He's in the hospital today with a little ailment, but he should be out of there, sprung out of here by now. But he's never been sick, just like me. I ended up getting sick, but he'd never been sick either. So he's in there, and he's gonna, he's out on my side. Where the second I got here, he's throwing gigs in front of me and just really making that part happen. And so that part of the first part of the year is just flying. We're doing, showing up for, getting a chance to meet the greatest songwriters of all time, Alan and Marilyn Bergman, who wrote The Way We Were, and like enormous amount of big, huge hits. They needed somebody to come in, and Pat got me a gig on bass, which I double on, and learned to play enough that I played with lots of bands and played studio sessions, so I was good enough to play. Not a killer reader, and real rusty on bass clef, for those of you musicians that are watching, and laughing, like the part for playing piano is I'm look at that bass clef and go, I know where it is on.
Yeah.
But I read way better on treble clef, but I look, okay, it'll sure do great when we get there. I have no idea it's Alan Marilyn Bergman until I get there. And we're in the MGM studios, and there's all these big wigs, and he says, well, do you know who Alan and Marilyn? I said, do I? So I met him, and Marilyn was sitting at the board, at the console with the engineer, like our lovely engineer here. And Alan was out in the studio, and he walked in and he said, he had a whole bunch of charts, and he goes, really all I need right now is the bass player. Well, I sunk, because I'm looking at all these players that are top LA flight guys, and I'm on my second instrument, not my first instrument, playing bass. But my confidence is still there. So that's when he pulled the charts out. First thing he did is put 5 music stands, a little folder, little aluminum ones. He ran them across in an angle, and I've only seen that once, and that's when there's a huge long chart. So it was all taped with chart tape, and he ran them across those. And he pulled my stool out in front of it, and I've got a cord that I'm shaking. I don't even want to plug this in. So I plugged it in, and I tried to play muted so I could hear myself and trying to get started. I'm looking at this chart, and I'm going, oh my God, why am I out here? There's a million unemployed bass players and a sax man sitting in the studio with 2 of the greatest writers. So I went, I can't let, and Pat looks like a Far Side character. His eyes are this big in the studio, in the booth. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't fail. So I tried to warm up to sitting with Alan, and looked over and I said, I looked at it, and he was kind of still putzing around. And I said, give me an idea of what the scene is about. It's a movie. It's for the movie Backroads. It starred Tommy Lee Jones and, let's see. Gosh darn it, I can't remember. The movie wasn't there at the time. We were just doing the soundtrack for it. I'll think of it in a minute. But anyway, it's Tommy Lee Jones movie from 1980. And so he pointed out, and he goes, well, see, what is there? And now I can, even though I'm looking at the bass clef, I can look and I can see, okay, I know where I'm at. Now I can read a little bit ahead. So I always say, I'm not a sight reader, not at first sight. So I started looking across going, okay. I said, you give me an idea of kind of what you want to hear here. He said, well, the movie's a period piece, and it's like, say it's the 30s or so. It's set up by, this part right here is going to show a railroad. It's going to be running along a track, and you can tell it's the old days. And, it gave me that, and I said, okay, so like 30s. He said, yeah, I may. And I said, well, what I'm seeing here, and it looked like what the notes were, bum, 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 boo, ba, boo, ba, boom, right? No, it was bum, 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 bum. And I said, well, seeing the vibe, I can see that. Did you want me to, kind of play around it? Because I'm a sax player. It's hard for me to just play it stiff. And he goes, actually, that's a good idea. He goes, something like, dun, dun, dun. I go, like Mac the Knife or something. He goes, well, a little slower than that. I went, yeah. So I go, okay, take a chance at it. So I played that little lick I just sang, which isn't on the sheet. And I went, boom, 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 boo, ba, boo, ba, doom, boom, 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 ba, boo, da, doo, da, doom, boom. I did a pickup note. He goes, I love that pickup note. So he takes his pencil and he jots it in to his written score. So my note's already in there. And I go, confidence now. So I go, here we go, let's go. And I went all the way through it. And at the end he goes, all right, let's go hear it. Went inside, and Marilyn goes, that was beautiful, young man. I was like, oh my God. And Pat's standing like, he said he was completely in terror for me.
Yeah.
And they don't know this. Pat does, but nobody else but me and him. So they're all doing. So they played it. He said, "Well, I like the levels." He looked at Marilyn. She goes, "I think we got it." He goes, "I think we're done."
Mm-hmm.
And they go, "Well, what about the rest of it?" He goes, "That's a different deal." He said, "I'll drag some more charts up, but I just need a bass on that."
Mm-hmm.
Put my bass in the case, clicked it, went over. Pat was done. He didn't have to play that day. He came back on that same movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so we left, and I finally found it online, and it's still me on bass.
Oh,
It was
okay.
supposed to be what they call a guide track.
Right.
So later on, if it wasn't, someone played exactly what I played, exactly with my sound and approach and punctuation, which is unlikely.
Yeah.
There's something I probably recognized by my own playing, and it was like, I kind of hoped it was still there, but it was.
Mm-hmm.
And, that I got to nuance it with the thing he had to write in, I got that from it. So these are the things that I tell stories about, because what I found was I have friends that would be in a situation, and they'll remain nameless, where they could meet anyone in the world, and that hunger to do so is not in them like it was with me. And I think it was from my mom. I think my mom would want to know that, who did you meet and what were they like and all this stuff. And so I just kept that energy that she had, is if you make yourself present in a moment where you are, then you can absorb the moment and you have a story to tell later. And that's what I always wanted to do. And I met some of the most amazing, I've met the least, likely of people, all the way to really likely people that you're really happy you got to meet, and even befriend some of them. Over the years, lots of people, especially in the music business, that are really high end. But obviously, you want to meet stars too. And because Pat was always on the Tonight Show, he was the guitarist for Melissa Manchester, and she was one of Johnny Carson's favorites. So about every 6 months, he'd say, "I'm going to do Carson again." I go, "Well, since I've gotten to meet him, now I'll walk in and I go, 'Hey,' come over and start talking to me. I'm going to go."
Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of thing we did. So I just always figured that this is how you roll. If you're lucky, you get to meet people. And I actually met Bill Cosby there before I even met him on that movie. And he was actually he didn't, do anything weird. And believe me, anyone that knew him better than me might have known about it, but of course we didn't, people just around him every once in a while. But so that whole thing and being around all that was what I wanted to bring back to make my mom and dad proud. And everyone does that. You've always done that with us, and I couldn't be more proud of you and everything you've done. And at that time, it's just, to me, it just seemed like everything just kept folding out in front of me. And by the end of the summer, a major recording studio named Devonshire Studios in North Hollywood had reached out about a session we'd done and said, "We hear that you and Pat have a lot of new material, and we'd like to hear it." So we went in and met with the owner, and we kicked around some demo tapes, and he looked at our lyrics and stuff, and he said, "Wow, I really get you in the studio." And we said, okay. So he booked some time, and we're talking the studio where Piano Man was recorded by Billy Joel, with the same piano that I played on every day. My 2 years of a contract in that studio, I was around all the biggest music stars I could ever imagine. It just came to us. It just unfolded for us my first year. And so you'd say, it's going to take a while to build up. It didn't. It didn't take any time at all. I should have got here a long time ago,
Yeah.
So as we're doing the studio talk with the guy, he just fell in love with our music. We brought a couple of songs he liked right off the bat, and he goes, "Well, I want those, but I got to talk to my attorney and we'll get in touch with it." I'm going, "Oh, you've heard a lot. People say stuff like that, but then we got a call. He wants us to come down and look at the contracts." And I thought, well, these are going to be so hard to understand, and I know that they don't pay new musicians get like 3 pennies on a dollar. That's what they get. And
It's kind of true nowadays too.
oh yeah. And I looked, and the way it looked to me was 10.5 cents. It's unbelievable. I had never seen anything like that. So I asked our attorney. We got an attorney too, and the attorney said, "Unheard of. This is an unheard of contract." And he goes, "They're locking you up though. They're locking your lock, stock, and barrel. They'll own your masters. They'll own your material. They won't own it, but they don't." He didn't want the copyrights. We kept all of our copyrights, but he wants mechanical rights. So if we are going to use that song or someone else wants to record it, got to go to Dave, which, thank you, Dave. He may still be here, but he's got to be 96, 97, so it's pushing the clock there. But wonderful, wonderful guy who believed in us implicitly, and the next 2 years spent thousands of dollars on musicians alone. And we got whoever we asked for. We got all the top people. And, you know, Pat was currently playing with George Benson, so we had access to his band. And he was also playing with Melissa Manchester, and because of that, he got to play around Kenny Rogers a lot, so we got to know Kenny a little bit. And you know, then we just kept meeting more people the same first year. And by this time, you know, this rolls up, and we go around, and we're already playing through Christmas and getting engaged, and now we're going to get married this summer, and contracts already signed, and we're down recording songs, and we're there. If I remember correctly, I'll look off camera here. We were there every single day, right? Yeah, okay. Because I couldn't even have a side job.
Yeah.
I did have my nightclub job I had to do, so I had a nightclub job in the studio. And it was the greatest thing in the whole world. I got to spend 2 years with everything. Just, you know, I've told the story a million times to you, but the amount of people that came through there when I was working, and I was considered top priority if they didn't have a client in Studio A, is where Piano for Piano Man is.
Right.
And also, Crosby, Stills and Nash recorded all their albums there, and Young when he joined the group. I mean, the list of songs recorded there is so long. And
Now, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Were they better before Young joined or after?
in my opinion, that's one of those, it's so good after, but it was so perfect before. So I can't weigh in on that.
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
And later I asked, because Graham Nash stole my band, which is another story later, you know, in a friendly way.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'd still be friends with him if I saw him now. But had a great band, and he needed my guys, and took them on the Tonight Show without me. So yeah, with a little bird.
A little bit bitter about that.
But he did play the mayor's ball when Tom Bradley was elected to his last term as LA mayor. The mayor's ball at the Ambassador Hotel. We were invited to that because of my friendship with him and my band that he stole. So the first time I met him, I've told you this story, and anybody else that wants to hear it, they were upstairs and they said, we're going to call you so you can come up when you get here. So I just let them know, and I went up the top of the Ambassador, you know, and went to a room and knocked on the door, and Graham Nash answered the door. They were all giggling, and he was in his tighty whities. That's all he had on. That's how I met Graham Nash. So, you know, when you're thinking our house is a very, very, very fun house in your mind, and you're looking at a guy in his underwear.
Yeah.
And he just, he turns out to be a great guy, just a sweetheart. And I mean, he apologized profusely for stealing my band and said, someday we'll make it up to you, but he hasn't yet. I'll ask him.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, we went downstairs, and downstairs we just started running into everybody. And because I'm with Graham Nash, I just hung with him, and I figured he's so famous at this point, I mean, mega famous, that wherever he would walk, and this is 1987, so wherever he would walk, you're 3 years old when I went to that deal, people would just gravitate, you know. Well, I'm staying with him, so people decide I'm the guy they need to talk to. Maybe he's the gatekeeper. So people come up, and first person, Policewoman was a story, a TV show that was #1 ratings from the 1970s, and the star of that show was Angie Dickinson. She's Hollywood royalty, and she's the first one that came up and started nuzzling on the back of my ear. I turn around and go, oh my God, it's Angie Dickinson nuzzling on my ear. And she said, I've got a favor to ask of you. I said, yeah, everybody uses me to get to Graham, and it made Graham laugh, it made her laugh, and I got her all introduced. And then she had nobody else to hang out with. She wasn't with anybody, so she kind of hung around me for a little bit. And then Ed Begley Jr., who's been in tons of television shows, St. Elsewhere, he was on the whole run of that. He came up, he goes, pulled my sleeve, he goes, I got a big favor. You want to meet Graham Nash? He said, I do. Can you do that? I go, sure. Walked over. When I brought him up to Graham, Graham goes, St. Elsewhere. And they just, big hug. He goes, I'm a big fan of yours. I'm a big fan of yours. And the two of them are now hanging out, so that worked. And Mayor Bradley walks up. You know, he's still an icon here. I mean, the whole airport's named after him. But, so that party alone was a month before Boydston's big party that he had in the old mansion for the Barrymore family. Lionel Barrymore owned the mansion.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
Well, Mr. Potter, right?
Yep.
Yep.
We went through everything. I mean, all of the house had all of the movies that he did, and he wasn't a bad guy in a lot of movies, but boy, he was really bad.
He could play a really convincing bad guy.
Oh boy, and we had several roles at that too. But you know, that was just so. Just I guess I'm just outlining it. People I really wanted to meet for my soul were jazz players, so I could learn more. I know pop, I know rock, and I played all of them, but I wanted to be a jazzer, and I was writing jazz and R&B, and so it just started happening in the studio. Now, it's still with the first 2 years. It's unbelievable. It all happened in 2 years, first 2 years. But once in the studio, I was sitting there and I was running one of my own tracks and having the studio myself. We're in a multi-million-dollar studio, and I'm sitting at one of those boards you see in a movie. And, you know, they always show people doing this with the sliders. You hardly ever do that. You wouldn't have to do that back there. Producing, you know, you get them set and you don't usually touch them. You do not do this, but all the movies have, they're like listening, and those guys aren't, they're just playing an actor,
Right.
playing the job, you know. So I'm sitting there at the board and I'm listening, you know, I might tug it down a little bit like that. And I'm listening, and this guy sits down, and I'm playing a song. Pat and I wrote most of the songs together, but I had two that I wrote by myself. And so I was playing a song called You're Not Fooling Me No More, and it was real funky. It had some of the best players in town. I mean, some of the best musicians in LA were on it. And so it was such a funky bass part that I handed it over to Nathan East, who now is, you know, he plays with James Taylor, Paul McCartney. He's played on numerous times on television, but he had his own band, has his own band now called Foreplay. So he's probably one of the most successful bass players of all time, but he's also one of the people I met that was named Nathan before we named you. And I loved him. He was such a cool guy, and Karen did too. She said he is the sweetest guy and a great bass player. So, you know, he's playing on that song that I wrote. So I was really listening to Nathan, because he'd laid, that's my track that's on there. Pull off Nathan, that's me going. And then hit that, and I hear Nathan playing. And I went, yeah, that's a quality bass. I don't need to play that bass anymore. So I brought my track down, left his in, and the whole time there's been someone sitting next to me who I think is one of our sound engineers, and he had walked away and somebody sat down. I didn't realize it. And I glanced over like this, and it is one of the most iconic musicians of all time. It's Joe Zawinul from the Cannonball Adderley Band, who wrote Mercy, Mercy Me.
Okay.
Right? So
Yeah.
it's ba-da-da, my baby, she's made out of love. Well, that's not his lyric, because that was added later. But he wrote that with Cannonball Adderley, and the reason I knew it was him is he wears an African dashiki that was a gift from a tribe. And he'd worn it for years. And I looked at him and I went, whoa, I just jolt went through me, and I said, well, hello. And he said, whose song is that? And I went, it's mine. He goes, that is so cool. It has the best vibe to it. And I said, thank you. And I go, I got to tell you, I haven't met you before. I'm Monte Byrd. And he said, I'm Joe Zawinul. I wanted to say, I know. And I said, I love, you know, I mean, Mercy, Mercy is a fabulous song, but I named about 3 others of his tunes. And he was like, oh, so you're a Cannonball Adderley fan? I said, absolutely. Who wouldn't be? And that's my biggest inspiration on the alto, is Cannonball Adderley.
Okay.
And for tenor, it's always been Sonny Rollins. And John Coltrane is in there with everything, and on this would be Charlie Parker, the 2. So there's 4 saxophonists that I listen to a lot. But anyway, just having one of them sitting next to me was the leader of the Cannonball Adderley Band, and Cannonball was already gone by that point. And Joe had gone on to even bigger heights with his own band, Weather Report, and they were top of the charts. So I asked him, are you guys going to be recording here today? And he goes, I think so. And I said, because I didn't see anybody but me. This is Studio A, and I always give it up for the big cats. And he goes, well, oh no. He said, nobody's. I said, no. He said, could you be at Evergreen today? Oh my God. And I said, great to meet you. And he's out the back door. He'd gone to the wrong date.
Oh.
Different studio. Evergreen Studios is one of the biggest of all time. And in fact, that's where Barbra Streisand recorded all of her hits.
Oh, okay.
Except for the 2 or 3 that she recorded in there. So he ran off, and then the next day, which is probably a month or 2 later, but I'm just going to sandwich it. The next day, I was told, like, studio is out today. It's last minute. We're sorry. We're going to put this on Saturday, but we've moved it to today, which is like Thursday. And clean all your stuff. And I said, I know how to be a good, patron. So I pulled all my stuff together, got my horn, got my stuff, got my charts, and I headed out. And as I was walking out, I almost face ran into Diana Ross, and she's standing there, and right behind her is Lionel Richie.
Okay.
And then there's a producer named Steve Bart standing right behind them, and he's one of the top guys, and so, Steve Dorff, and he's standing there, and I guess he's there, and he's there for a different deal. But anyway, a whole bunch of people standing there, but I can't believe this, and they go, yeah, I think your name's out there. I said, well, I erased mine off there, and you guys are in. This is the studio, and they walk in, both of them very nice and friendly, no diva at all from Diana. And in fact, they were there all day, and they recorded Endless Love, which is a movie and a hit.
Yeah.
And it was the whole day, and things like that. Cheech and Chong recorded. One day I had to move out so Cheech and Chong could go in there and do Things Are Tough All Over, one of their movies.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my friends, Moon Calhoun from Tulsa, Oklahoma, who used to walk to school with your Uncle David,
Yeah.
became Rufus and Chaka Khan's drummer.
Okay.
Went on to write several hits for her, but he also, he was playing in lots of different bands at that same time. And Moon came in and walked across. And he goes, "What are you doing here?" I go, "This is where I do my work." And he goes, "Well, that's awesome. A couple Okies." And we hugged, and he said, "I'm on this Cheech and Chong." I said, "Oh my God, he's in the movie too. He's on drums in the movie."
Mm-hmm.
It's not one of their biggest hits, but it's still a funny movie.
Yeah.
There was some weed smoking in it, but of course,
Oh no.
there was some weed smoking everywhere. That
Yeah.
studio was full of weed. But it was just, that's just, I hope I condensed enough of that, because there's a lot more stuff there. But
So you and Mom get married, and then do you stay in the little bungalow? Do you move? Well, how did that transition?
okay, we were definitely in the bungalow when we got married the next year, and in '81, and we would not even want to leave because it's just so comfortable, and we feel it's our home, And the landlady was like she was almost like your grandma to you when you were born there, and so we were so close to her. We figured we don't want to leave this. Oh my God, we're on a 2.5 acre property. We don't have to compete with anybody else for a yard. We got a giant yard full of trees, and we don't want to leave. And then one day, the landlady came out to have a cigarette, one of her 28 or 30 an hour. Well, she smoked a lot of cigarettes, but she was out there smoking her cigarette. She said, "Hey, kid," and she said, "Where's Karen?" I said, "She's at work." And she said, "Well, I want to talk to you guys tonight. I may have an idea for you house-wise." Well, we both got nervous. I'm looking over there. Is that right, honey? We both got a little nervous, thinking we're going to get booted or something's going to happen. Maybe she's going to sell, or we're starting to get nervous. So, she comes back and she said, "Well, there's going to be a possibility of opening one of these houses up for you." And that's how that might not be the time frame wise right, but that's what eventually happens. But that we were in the bungalow, and I don't believe, honey, were we in there when we were already moved up to the big house by the time that you were pregnant, right? Okay. Yeah. Believe me, there is really a beautiful woman over there. And so, we just loved this place, and we moved. She had one open in the back, and she thought, well, let's move you to a bigger place. And it didn't feel right, and it had a bad vibe. We just didn't really like it. And then the old lady that lived in the big house in front, who was the original owner, had sold it to my landlady. She was very, very ill and 100 years old. So one day, here comes the hearse, and I was like, oh, she was such a sweet lady. And immediately, Karen starts thinking about living in there, and immediately so does Mary, our landlady. And I'm like completely, oh my gosh, another move, but it'll be worth it, because we don't like it in the one we're in now. And so we get this big house, the one you come home to when you're born, and we moved in there, and we were there till we moved in 1987, which is about a little bit before that, So that's kind of how that rolled.
And
Did that answer the question?
yeah. So it's 1988, and Chandler is now coming along, and why don't you just go ahead and kind of describe
Whoa,
that?
that was a year of lot. There was a lot of this that happened in the music business. By '88, the contract had finally ended with Devonshire. At that time, we were like bands that did the bands that we were compared to that are still in people's ears someplace. Might not even ring with anybody that watches this, or listens to it. But be like Mr. Mister. Pages was another part of that same group. A lot of groups that had a little bit more of a funk feel to them, and we gravitated toward that with our listeners, like just in that area. And that just didn't. Things changed real quick, and we couldn't turn on a dime, and we were great at where we were at, and that just wasn't going to play. And so they basically were. I mean, to this day, his son David Alamancini still lives in Italy. We visited him when we were in Tuscany.
Okay.
He lives over there, and he said, my dad will go to his grave being most proud of you, even though he's had all these other things he tried to produce, Because really his job was to be a great studio owner and have all these great songs recorded by Crosby, Stills and Nash and other people.
Right.
But he really wanted his own band. And we were his band. He said he'll never change his mind on that. And I thought to myself, I'd sure like to have those 2 inches, the big tapes that go in the big boxes, because I really feel like I like to listen to those off there. Oh, they sound so good when you're in the studio too, off those great sound systems. But when he passes, those will be in his estate somehow. I'm sure I'll never see him. But anyway, that was '88. Okay, so '86. I'm still writing with one of my best friends that I'd met on the road, who was from Boston, and we had left him in Boston when we were playing on the East Coast because he had 2 kids and one was very young, that he better stay there and kind of hang out in his old hometown until he gets till we really get, we're actually playing really good gigs, but we're not. He wants to be in the studio, and as you're well aware, he's a monstrously talented person that would have blown anybody in the guitar world away. He was better than all the ones that, like Alan Holsworth is what everybody talks about, and he played a lot like Alan. And they traded guitars, and the SG, you've seen me playing that red guitar.
Yeah.
It's like worth an immense amount of money. They traded, then Hugh died at 53. His heart stopped one night, and everything fell apart. We could never get Alan's family to give that guitar back to him, and we never were able to do that. And then Alan got sick, and he died, and his family wants nothing to hear about it. I've tried to help Christopher, his son, get the guitar back, and there's a picture that I've got a picture of me with that red guitar and Christopher, who's now has a family of his own. He's 47, 48, something like that. He's sitting as a baby right here next to me. So
So
I keep forgetting there's a camera.
no. So Mom ends up pregnant with Chandler.
Yeah, well, you got to. The reason I'm backstory is that you got to get the cadence of why we're doing this. And so in '86, I put a band called Partners in Crime together, which was my best venture at a recording band. We wanted to get a European contract because we got a lot of interest from that feeling of the world, and we were real high tech by this point. A lot of computer stuff. Jeff Boydson, one of the monsters on that, the aforementioned from the earlier stories, on keyboards, and then Hugh on guitar. And so we put this band together as a 3-piece, and we debuted it on Ventura Boulevard in the same room that the Beatles did their first press conference, on the same stage they stood on. So it had a real iconic location, and crowd loved us. We did two openings there, did record people out there, got some nibbles, and we're hanging in there, and all of a sudden, your mom is pregnant. Well, that's changing everything. Now I've really got to think, what am I going to do? Because this is so, 1 minute you've got a record contract, but nothing comes, and you're putting all your time in it. They do not pay me to record my own album. That doesn't happen, right? And I'm still working constantly. I mean, that as you grew up under me, I'm always working. So I didn't know what to do. I was like, what am I going to do? And my brother David had moved to Oklahoma City, and he said, I could bring you here and give you a place, full run. I got a nightclub wide open for you, but you've got a DJ as well as play your horn. I went, oh no. But I look at her, and you got to do something. Yeah, okay, so, all right, well, I had to leave LA for the first time in all these years, you know, so I've been there for 7, you know, almost, almost 8 years. And, you know, I go, okay, so we moved to Oklahoma, lock, stock, and barrel, and I went and played my sax, and, you know, played a place called Cadillacs, you know, for hot sax and live tracks. Because I had my own tracks, so I could play my horn over my stuff I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'd do the dance thing, and, you know, me, not dancing, but, you know, get them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And like real estate was not something that I wanted to go do. So we got that going, and then the nightclub got closed by our IRS. We had moved money around and stuff like that happens, and they padlocked the door. And everything
Okay.
started changing, and then, you know, Mom says, well, this is really bad timing for this, because she's in the kitchen talking, and there's a look on her face, and she said, the test came back. It's positive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. I felt like, you know, you're walking out the end of the pier, and then you walk out on the gangplank, and it goes away too, just whoosh, right in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And we, you know, we had to turn tail because the nightclub can't afford to have me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go looking for a job in Oklahoma, so we come back here.
Mm-hmm.
And she literally has to go back to work in a law firm that she was working in, which made me sick to have her have to do that. Made her sick to have to do it. But it's what had to happen there to make it happen. And then Chandler was born, and we settled down back in LA and never left that time. So, you know, we lived in Arcadia first, back in Arcadia when we came back from Oklahoma. Then we moved to Temple City, which is Arcadia anyway. And then we went south to Mission Viejo, where you went to school, and Chandler, and lived there, and then ended up in 1998 in Murrieta, where we currently reside.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna probably switch topics, and we'll come back to this a little later. Alrighty, and we are back. So to kind of shift topics for a little bit, we'll come back to where we were before.
Okay.
Your mom and dad, my grandparents, I know them as Sans and Pa.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our other cousins know them as Meemaw and Pawpaw.
Mm-hmm.
But you know them as Clyde and Marjorie, or as Paul was known from Marge was Bird.
Yep.
Which is actually my moniker here at Virgin Orbit. Since when I first started, there were 3 Nathans at the test site, so it just made it a lot easier to just call me Bird, and it has stuck even though now I'm the only Nathan. When and where were Sans and Paw born?
Let's see. Dad was born in Joplin, Missouri, on February 2nd, 1928, and my mom was born in a small town outside of that area. Actually, Dad was born in Stella, a little tiny town of about 20 people,
Mm-hmm.
and they went back and forth between Joplin and there. So, but it's on his birth certificate, Stella, and then she was born in a small town real close to Stella called Fairview. So they were born real close together, and then later, all the people in that country area around there, and mostly farms, and you know, just little tiny towns of 250, 160, that kind of thing. So my dad was educated in Joplin, went to grade school all the way through, you know, high school at Joplin High School, and then when he was 17, before he graduated, he asked his mother to sign for him to be able to join the Navy underage, and she did. And he, a 17-year-old boy that had never been anywhere but Joplin, Missouri, went to San Diego boot camp in the Navy, and then they flew him to Shanghai, China, and Guam, and he came back a man. I mean, he left as a kid and came back an adult, and he'd seen a lot, you know, a lot of stuff. It was the end of World War II, and needed to clean up. So you've got a lot of bad stuff to see, but you know, he learned a lot, and it. One of the things you may not even know about your grandfather is just over the years, I'm like, I kept seeing these pictures of this guy diving off of the ship. We're talking 30-foot dives, like a swan dive with your arms way out, and it was my dad. He never bragged about it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, oh, yeah, I dive all the time. He goes, that's why, Dad, no wonder you were so critical of us. David and I would try to learn, but, not put our hands out right. And he'd go, he'd just like roll his eyes. But his whole life he was an enigma to me, because there's things I wouldn't know, and I go like, I didn't know that. That's right. Maybe you're asking me questions like that because there's even stuff you probably don't know about me. But that's why, he grew up in a small town, and my mom did not want to be a small town person. She really always wanted to be in the big city. And I think
That kind of tracks with what I know of her.
Oh, absolutely. And so she's just, she's just so cosmopolitan, and you're talking, I don't want to denigrate the area that she came from, but she denigrated it well herself, and so did her sister, your Aunt Mame. And, they both wanted out of there and get someplace bigger. They actually moved to Chicago, and Dallas, so they went to two really big cities, but when they were still kids. But they married they were 1946, so they were 18 when they got married. So when Dad got back from the service in the Navy, he married Mom, and they settled in Joplin. And then they moved to Chicago for him to go to General Electric prep school to learn how to do refrigeration and things like that. And he was a whiz at it. And then this is all that this family has always been, like when you go to the Ozarks, like the show on HBO or whatever it's on Netflix, it is a lot of people related to each other, and family trees don't fork too much back there. So I think that my Aunt Mame and her husband, I know that Uncle Jimmy was a cousin to Dad, and they were supposed to be on a date, their first date. Dad was supposed to be with Aunt Mame, and Jimmy was supposed to be with Margie. And during the time at the table, when the boys would get up to do something, they'd go, we need to switch. So those two families that went on forever, still, and they're all gone.
Yeah.
Those two families switched right there, or I don't know how this ends up.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought something really cool. I saw a picture of them from like 1946, and they're just getting married and stuff. And the year before, I guess they were underage drinkers, but I remember a table with some beer bottles on it. These four people look like the most modern adults of maybe 35 or 40 now.
Mm-hmm.
And, big, beautiful. My mom, your grandmother, had the most beautiful hairstyles. And, I mean, she looked just like, they did a lot of, they go get the photos taken. And even Joplin had it. Somebody could do a Hollywood look, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what she wanted. So she always, and Dad, after he'd been to San Diego, all he could talk about is, you boys need to get to California. You need to get out there. So he got total support from them.
I could see that going to San Diego and having that opinion. It's
absolutely, yeah.
I mean, we were there not that long ago, and actually at the naval base.
Cabrillo.
Yeah, so that probably would have been around where he would have been located. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so how did Clyde and Marge meet?
Well, by the cousins we're talking about.
Right.
Everyone's saying, well, you ought to date one of the Mars girls. And they were called the Twister Sisters because they had such a walk. And he said, yeah, I think I've seen them when I was visiting my buddies up in Monette or something, just tons of little tiny towns. But they would drive from Joplin. He would borrow like his uncle's old car or something and drive to hit around that area. And they just finally, people with different, I think she said a guy named Corky Sturgeon put them together. Okay. And so then now the date that was going to happen needs to be switched, but actually switched kind of during the date. Mm-hmm. And then the girls talked about it, and the guy said, I think we're where we want to be, Mm-hmm. And they, both of them went to their graves together, so it's awesome.
Yeah, because like the memory I have of Aunt Mame would be when we were visiting, and I think we were at like a Cracker Barrel
Yeah.
in the morning, and it was early morning, and I think she was on her like 10th cigarette
yeah.
already.
Well, they all four. That's every picture they've got. They're sporting a cigarette, you know.
Yeah.
And they all four were quite the smokers. Jim eventually quit, but he actually died of emphysema that he got from Aunt Mame's smoke. We're the only thing you think of. You could never be in that house without it being full of smoke. I'm sorry, I don't mean that against you. That's how everybody did.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a different time.
Dad used to not like us to open the car windows, and Mom and Dad were smoking, and we're out in the back seat dying. And he goes, "You're going to let out all the cold or all the warmth or whatever."
Yeah.
And it's like, "Yeah, we're letting the smoke out, Dad. Trying to
Yeah.
get some fresh air."
And that sounds like Pa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
But anyway,
you might have to burn a little extra gas in order to run the heater or the AC. And,
There you go.
know, that's money. you
That's
know.
right. Yeah, he's quite the frugal, stingy. No, he's not stingy because
Well, yeah.
he's a giving person, but no, frugal,
Yeah.
tight.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was kind of a trend back then too. I mean,
That's the way, you come out of depression. What are you going to do?
exactly.
Start
yeah.
spending money on everything? No.
So what do you remember the most about Sans and Pa growing up?
I remember how, looking back at it, how beautiful they were. They were such a good-looking couple, but they were still, really. They loved everything about life, and they loved their kids, but they were still kids. I remember they seemed so young to already have kids and stuff. They were 23 when I was born.
Mm-hmm.
And in our generation that already switched to almost like 30 or 32 when I came along. My friends are all having kids later, and so I thought, well, they're still. I guess I felt bad that they had to have these kids to take care of. 3 kids, because they could be I could be out gallivanting around. Well, we were starting to get out of the house, then they would go to New Orleans or do some stuff, and eventually they really entertained themselves and had a good time.
Oh, yeah, because I remember, besides having the weird roundhouse that they had in Texas,
Yeah, that was a cool house.
but they were traveling in that RV that they got, which was for RV standards back then.
Yeah.
Was extremely fancy.
Yeah, 46-footer, total upscale stuff inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they would come in and they'd park in our driveway. I think it was Olive Street.
Yeah.
And because we had that really long driveway with a
Perfect
detached
driveway.
garage.
Yeah.
And so they'd roll in and stay for like a week or two, and then go off and do. They were very much like kind of out and about.
They certainly were. They'd made up for lost time. They did. I'm really happy they did.
Plus, they were, from the stories that you've told me about them, they were pretty good about letting you all kind of just, they were the stereotypical like 50s, 60s parents where, yeah.
Wait, do we have children? Wait a second. Where's my cigarette? No.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's like as long as you came home before like dark, you were good to go, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I was out in the neighborhood until well past dark, and people say, "Don't you need to go home?" On the street, and I said, "No, my parents trust me." And I always come home. Come home for dinner.
So, what was most important to each of them, do you think?
Oh, totally no. For my dad, it was for us to do good. I don't. So many times, I could look at things that I wish he would do. Like I wish he would want to go out and play football, but he worked all week, and he wanted to sit and watch somebody else play it on TV. He'd been a kid. He'd thrown a football. He lettered in all the sports. He was a basketball star. He hardly ever talked about it. And then when he did, I thought, well, I never saw anything from him. And we found all the yearbooks, and there he is in the center of all the main teams, and everything about that he'd said, all these little stories he told, that's all there. And I'm like, well, I guess he wasn't fibbing about any of that stuff, Yeah. He just didn't want to do it anymore. He didn't really care to. And he wouldn't go. He really didn't go to our ball games because he just figured that was, you guys need to go. He didn't. His mom and dad were busy doing their thing. He generally did all those sports on his own. And so, we might have wanted him to come to more ball games, but Mom did, and then Mom did the Cub Scout thing, with us and stuff. And I just thought they were like Hollywood couples. They seemed like this whole like being parents in a small town just wasn't them, And they always really wanted to by the time they moved to Oklahoma City, which is a way bigger place than they grew up, then they really started to feel like they could get out and enjoy themselves there. And then they went moved to Dallas, and that was a good city for them. But more when they got the lake home though, and they had that I don't think it was a motor. I think it was an actual trailer that was in place in a real nice location right on Cedar Creek Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could put the boat there, which ended up being our boat.
Mm-hmm.
And we could put the boat there, go water skiing from there, come home, and they really started blossoming. What they did, they just had like a renaissance of what they might have done when they were in their 30s.
Yeah, but now they had the disposable cash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, nothing irks me more than finally having a 3-car garage, and the boat's been gone for 15 years.
Yeah.
And
And they could have fixed it and got it rolling.
Oh yeah. Especially with the people I work with.
Yeah.
I mean, half of them are mechanics. So.
Right. And fabricators. And
Oh
all that
yeah.
stuff,
Oh yeah. It's great. Yeah. If I need something welded, done.
Yeah. You'd have been the right guy for that.
So I was going to ask about a specific incident. So when you turned, I think it was 18. What did Pa do?
18. Okay.
Or when you? No, it was not necessarily when you turned 18. It was when you graduated high school, I think.
Okay.
And he came in to greet you the next morning.
Oh, you're talking about the toe, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's like every day. As soon as I graduated high school, and we had, both David and I had dreams of going to college just so we had it in there. Well, he didn't think that way. He didn't see why we'd go to college if we didn't want to learn a craft or a skill or a profession or become an attorney or a doctor. Why are you going to college? And I made the mistake of telling him I'm going to learn things. He said, you had to learn enough by you're 18. You about know the rest of it you'll learn while you're doing it. I go, no, I still want to learn it that way. I want to go to higher education. And he said, well, then you're going to have to pay for it. Show me. I'm like, pay for college? My friends are all getting to go. He goes, I don't care what your friends are doing. You'll appreciate it once you've earned it yourself. So he said, I'll pay the hours of each semester. You buy all your own books. You figure what to do. You're not going to live in the dorms up there. You got to drive from my house. I had to drive 19 miles to college, and I had to be there. Well, when you get your first year in college, you get that 7:15 class.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
7:15 in the morning, after driving 19 miles, and it's like. But David, I think David feels the same way I do about that. But like I said to him the other day, I don't regret anything. The way it happened, the way the bobbing and weaving through, meeting your mom and just having, we had just such a great relationship, and we had such, everyone called us the Lovebirds. Made too easy, but just put a Y in there, we're the Lovebirds. And it was we really never talked about having you. We talk about it someday and stuff like that. But I do have a story of, there was a time when, we talked about it a little bit more, and then I thought, okay, well, I don't know how much she's thinking this nightclub gig is going to work, or that record deal, or any of this stuff, but, getting into the 1983 place, so we've been together 3 years, and then one day, she thought, that she might be pregnant, and this was amazing because I wasn't quite on board with where she was at on that. I wasn't sure, but I figured she's totally the boss. It's her body, how that stuff works. And I came home one day, and I always said, if you end up getting ready to have a baby, be like, for me, it'd be like hitting a home run. I would always feel like that's, and I'm a baseball nut, as you're completely aware. That's a completely different interview. It's my baseball. And I just cut to the chase on that. I went home one day, and there was some flowers on the table. And I'm like, did I forget something? I'm like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. I went over, and there was a card on it, and it said, congratulations, honey, you hit a homer. I was like, oh my God. So yeah, that was an exciting day. And we we started looking at the dates, and you're going to come right at Christmas. And we're like, my gosh, he's going to, I mean, in fact, one of the, not if I'm right, but one of the first dates they gave us was almost Christmas Eve. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so we're like, oh my gosh. So I don't know, when you do that book that tells you the names, gives you the backgrounds and origins, well, obviously, Natalie, Nathan, Nathaniel is all nativity, right? That's the basis for that name. And, you know, that would bounce in front of us, and, you know, both of us liked that name. And she said, well, she goes, did you want to name him after you? Did you want him to be named Monty? And I was like, I don't want to do that to him. And I said, so many kids end up with Junior like my dad. He was called Junior all the way through school until my mom started calling him Byrd. But he's known as Junior. It's on all the stuff, Junior Byrd, you know. And I went, he'll end up being another Junior Byrd. I don't think that's fair to him or Dad. And she said, well, that's worth thinking. So we're sitting there, and I go, I keep coming back to Nathan. And she'd say, I know, I can't get away from that name either. I said, it's him, I think. And she started nodding her head, and then she goes, well, how about your first name is his middle name? And I went, well, that would make me feel great, and maybe it won't hold him up, and he won't be a junior. So that's how you got your Nathan Monte Byrd. And so, you know, it's like that was beyond imagination to go through all that and, you know, become parents and everything. It was the last thing that I thought of when I was thinking about, you know, coming out to LA, and it was the first thing that made sense when we got together. So, you know, once we, you know, were there, you know, then we're, you know, it was like whoosh, you just, whoa.
Yeah.
It's fast.
So, what if Sans and Pa had a message to you and to all of the grandchildren, you know, myself, Chan, Jessica, Matthew, Kristen, Shai McKenna, what do you think that would be?
Well, since Dad was always so focused on, because they were Depression family, they were so focused on being able to support yourself and be able to support your family. And so with him, to his dying moment, I would always tell him, Dad, everyone's doing great. Everyone's money's in where it needs to be. No one's in trouble. Everyone's doing good. You know, they're going to school. They're doing all these things. Marcy had the big family, and we had the medium family, and David had one. So we had a family there for him. And what they really, if I had to say one thing, I would have said, Mom would say, love each other, take care of each other. Yeah.
Oh God, I hope I mentioned Jessica too. Boy, I was naming off a bunch of names, and I might have missed.
Oh no, well,
Yeah.
yeah, we didn't go into a story about David, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I just was trying to name all the cousins. And
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh God, I hope I didn't miss
Well,
one of them.
would never forget Jessica.
No, and she was just here for Thanksgiving, and
She's awesome.
yes, all the cousins are.
Yeah.
Let's see here, and then of course, what would Sans's what would her message be? Do you think?
Well, one of the things that I feel from her was believe in yourself. Yeah, like she thought this was a terrible thing for my dad to grow up with, and I thought it was the best thing you could ever hear. Grandma Byrd used to tell him, "You're good as the best and better than the rest." And she said, oh, that just put him on his little high pedestal. I went, no, that's exactly what he needed to hear. And I have always believed that that's the best way that somebody could feel. Because otherwise, if you don't attain that by trying to attain that, you don't have any reason to get there. You won't know. You know, I think that Mom would have said, do your best. You know, even though she didn't like the way that statement went. You know. I told her, I think it's a really good plan, Mom. But no, she cared so much about us, and she really wanted that her whole family, her brood. Yeah, I know how proud she was. Oh my gosh. And how we were so proud of her too.
Yeah, the way I've always remembered, I always kind of like when I think of them and remember back is when they were living in the colony, and it would be a get together, and you'd have David Dean,
Yeah.
and Pa sitting on the couch,
Yep.
Pa with the Coors,
Mm-hmm.
probably in a cozy.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are watching the most boring sport in the entire world, golf, and the rest of us are just like, because then
That gets the room cleared.
exactly
Especially
it's
put a golf
just them
game on.
two every time, right? And you and David and Marcy are doing your thing, and Sans has got her cocktail, and you guys are all loud and laughing and telling stories, and us kids are causing a ruckus and being told. I think that's why Pa would always have us go on the golf cart, and he would just let us loose on this golf cart in this little retirement community, because it was just like, get them out of here. I want to watch.
Well, the Cowboys were probably coming.
Oh,
on too.
exactly, and him and David getting all worked up on that.
Yeah,
and
and Marcy.
yeah, she would come in and just to reduce the noise of at least one group was get the kids out of here.
Yeah.
And boy, the heck we would raise as we would go around there. But
And you guys had a blast out there.
oh yeah, they were always a lot of fun. Paul with his Werthers, and Sans' famous chicken noodles that she made that I still have never been able to replicate, and it makes me furious.
Well, I think I've got it down.
Okay,
I can.
you'll have to give that recipe. We'll have to put it in that recipe book that
We'll do
you've
it for
got.
Christmas.
Yes,
There's a specific noodle I need to get, and you can remind me.
we're gonna need to bring Jesse in on that.
Yeah.
Because we need a professional cook.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's shift over here to your siblings. So we've mentioned their names, David and Marcy, and so David is how much younger than you,
2 years.
and then Marcy.
And Marcy is 10 years.
So she was kind of a lot later than you guys. And
Yeah,
so,
there's the whole bunch of us are all grown up before she gets rolling. So she basically was an only child with two teenage brothers. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's how she grew up.
And
Although
so,
we were real close with her.
oh yeah, I mean, and you still are.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys. I mean, whether it's you and David on the phone until like 4 a.m, or
Telling these same stories, by the way.
yeah, exactly, and
Different ways.
or Marcy calling you and you guys getting all loud and hilarious for a couple hours until one of your phones dies. So when you think of David, how would you describe him?
Well, David was probably the most energetic child in the world, and my mother was ADHD to the max since she'd been a kid, so she could never really know where he was, so that was my job.
Mhm.
By the time I was about 4, I needed to watch after a 2-year-old, just crawling around on the porch, and then as he became a little bit older, we had other. Of course, we had cousins in the neighborhood, in the direct neighborhood, and the cousins would come over, and we kind of all play out, and oh my gosh, nobody had ever let their kids go out and play on top of what used to be lead. Joplin makes lead and zinc, right? So they pull this gravel out, and it's incredibly contaminated, and we play on it like it was for fun. Wonder about cancer in our family.
Yeah.
But
Probably not great.
we'd be anywhere. And as I began to get a little bit older, Mom, Dad would start. He had to go to Kansas City from Joplin, which is completely out of town. He had to work all week, and then he didn't come home until Friday nights, and which meant that he had to start missing my Tuesday nights at the stock car races. I'd hear the races because the racetrack was only about 3 blocks from our house, and I'd just sit there and all sad, and she's going to come pat me, and he'll be home, and then she'd get all melancholy, and I'd pat her, he's going to be home. In the meantime, where'd David go? Oh my God, where'd David go? And I'm looking under the house. I swear, I don't tell him the story, it's true, every bit of it's true. He would take crayons and mark the entire house up, but he would take the closet doors at 2.5 years old. The closet door falls off. How did it happen? Go, and I go, did you and Tim? And Tim goes, no, David did it. And I'm like, so I had to watch out those two because David would just do. I mean, he was like on fire. He's that kid that every mother can't keep up with, and Mom just gave up. And I just finally had to always be babysitting him and watching him. And the one I always tell is when I couldn't find him, and I ran through the house, and I kept hearing this whispering, and I went into their master bedroom, and I hear this, and I see a glimmer of light from the closet. I popped the door open, and they were sitting under all of Mom's dry cleaning with a Zippo hitting it.
Oh my God.
And I walk in, and I see a flame about this high, about this far from the plastic bag, and disaster and death. And
Yeah.
I freaked, and I grabbed the lighter out, and I got them out of there, and I took Tim back to his mother and said, "This is what Tim did." And I went to tell Mom, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm such a terrible mother." I go, "No." She'd be sitting out there, she'd be so sad before Dad got home. And she had years of a child having what they now call melancholy, which is depression.
Yeah.
And she would be depressed about that, but it caused me to become an adult really soon. By the time I was about 5, I
Yeah.
felt like an adult because I would take care of Mom, because she'd be so sad, and I could always cheer her back up. And then when he got home, it's just like the lights came back on. Everything was great again. So it's a dark story to tell, but it's the truth, and it happens to a lot of families. A lot of people go through this.
Yeah. And when you think of Marcy,
Yeah.
how would you describe her?
Well, unbelievable. She really had a good little world of her own. When she was born, she was such a star of the neighborhood because nobody really had a baby sister right then. Most of them had, because we're 10, I'm 10, and he's 8 years older than her. Most of them had somebody right behind him, so they didn't have baby sisters. They had little sister, they'd come along and they'd pull their pigtails or something. Yeah. And so we were like, wow. So everybody wanted to come over and see what this baby looks like, and they're, "Oh, she's so pretty." So everybody, and then Mom would dress her up to the thousandth. I mean, she was totally like a Gerber baby. She looked beautiful. Once she got her hair, and she had no hair for like 7 months, and I'm like, "What's wrong with your sister?" Well, it happens. But she sure made up for it because she had beautiful, little Mary Tyler Moore type of hairdo, And we were very, very protective and proud of her. And, but she had to watch 2 kids all of a sudden. I mean, literally, when I started driving a car, she was 6 years old. So, she was like feeling like she was losing her brothers. And, her daddy was her star, and her mom was her confidant. So she had a good situation going. But she was often talking to herself and making stories up in her room. And she was very creative, still is. And she would tell me all these stories, but she could listen. By the time I was going to college, I went in and go, "I'm really faced with a conundrum here." And she's 8 years old. And she goes, "Well, what is it?" And I tell her the situation happening at school. And she goes, and she would just reel off this worldly adult advice. And she was always my go-to. And David, being the center, it's always the hardest place to be. So he was, pretty tough on her because he wanted her to, be these things, and, like her own father wanted her to be feminine, but she was a tomboy at heart. And
I could see that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and really good at tomboy stuff, and really good at any sport. I mean, the first time she ever whacked a baseball, I think it went right out of the yard, the very first time she tried it. And so she really said, "I can't believe, Daddy, that you think this is wrong." He goes, "Well, I want you to meet a football player, not become one." Really, I mean, it was terrible. And she said, "Daddy,
That tracks.
when I grow up, I am going to meet somebody that loves me for who I am, and he won't care if I like sports. And I'm going to be your buddy. I'm your cowboy buddy. And I'm going to meet somebody that sees that in me," which David does.
Oh, yeah.
Always. And she really was great to watch growing up because it's so tough to be so far behind the other kids. And, she wanted to do stuff like you can't take your 7-year-old sister with you, when you go to the nightclub, because I started playing nightclubs at 16, so she was only 9 then, So anyway,
So I think what, like a funny comparison there being that with David and Paul, David Dean, not related, right?
Right.
But when my memories of Paul, like you've kind of described him as real stern at times,
He could be.
very kind of energetic and things because of the time difference. when I knew him, it was more in his retirement phase, and he was very soft,
Yeah.
very kind of quiet and reserved
Relaxed.
and relaxed. Yeah, he would, he did the little thump thing when Chan and I would misbehave or something when we were
He
visiting.
did the thump.
And yeah, it's like someone hit you in the head with a hammer.
Exactly. Shakes
I don't
you
know
down
how
your
he could
toes. I
do
don't
that and still like
We always
it's like
wanted
a
to get one of
gunshot.
those. Yeah, like take a pressure test. To see
Yeah,
what the PSI was.
but he was always very, I never knew him the way that you
Oh,
might
yeah.
have. And then with David Dean, like, as obviously when I was younger, I remember how bolsterous and just big and as he would be. But having seen him recently, and I hadn't seen him in a while, Marcy and David had moved to was it Washington or Oregon? Oregon, yeah. And they'd been there a while,
Mm-hmm.
and so seeing them again, and now he reminds me a lot of Paul.
Yeah.
Where now I wonder if like Matthew's kids, Aiden and Logan, if that's kind of how their memory of David's going to be is similar to mine of
Yes.
Paul's.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a very interesting comparison. I feel that
And you didn't see him stern really at any given point.
no, he, I mean, he wouldn't let us like really act out or anything, but he was never, anything more than just kind of like, hey guys. It was more like Sands would intervene.
Oh, yeah.
But never
She could be stern.
mean like or really that stern,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was to hear those stories. It wasn't until recently that having seen Uncle David now that I understand the difference.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just think that's kind of funny.
No, it is, and I hadn't thought about that, but I think you're right. You wanted me to tell the story about the incentive that when I graduated from high school, and the very first day, like you said, it's a Saturday. Wow, this is awesome. I'm out of high school. We're ready for college in the fall, and I was kind of sleeping in. I felt the covers going to the end. And I'm like, we all had separate bedrooms, and I see Dad hunkered over the end. He pulls the blanket off my feet, grabbed my big toe, and yanked me out. And I fell out of my bed on my back and hit my head on the carpeted floor. Thank God. And he goes, "Time to get up and start your life." And I went, "What, Dad?" He goes, "I want to see you out there. I said, "Dad, I have college coming in the fall. I work in the Nightmares band twice a week. We gig twice a week at the nightclub, and I'm working as a grocery store stock boy and package boy, all of my open time. I have 16 hours. I work 30 hours a week there and 20 hours in music." And he said, "So you're in bed?" I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "So I don't understand." I said, "What?" I'm tired. He goes, "You get tired later." So he told me, "You get tired later. You need to go out, and I want to see you find something." I went, "Going to college. To do what?" And I go, I want to learn." He goes, "Learn what?" I go, "Everything. I want to know about the world. I want to learn, kind of like George Bailey
I
said.
was thinking of the same thing.
Was
Yeah.
Go to that
Probably
school,
why you like that
see
movie
what
so
they
much.
know, and go here and see what they know. Oh, I didn't play well. He goes, "On my dime? Nope." And I go, "But you said you wouldn't pay us, so that's why I have this other job." He goes, "Where are you sitting right now?" I went, on my bed." He goes, "On your bed?" I think I see my son sitting on my bed in my house. I never thought about that. Holy cow, he pulled that string that quick?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, I didn't know you needed me to move out." He goes, "I didn't say move out. I said, I want to see you I don't want to see you in bed sleeping late when you could be out working." I go, "Well, I work today later." And he goes, I said, "I have to work a shift and go work at the nightclub." He goes, "Well, I'll worry about you tomorrow if you've been to the nightclub before. You didn't play last night, did you?" I said, "No." And he goes, "I heard you in there with your friends and they're laughing and telling stories about 3 in the morning." I go, "Yeah, we're just got out of high school." And he goes, "That ends. That's how it works." He said, "I got out of high school." He said, "Well, heck, I didn't even graduate. What am I talking about? I was in the Navy. I was already in Guam when the friends were graduating."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Well, I can't beat that. I can't get in the Navy and fly to Guam while they're doing that." But he did. That was his look at it. Later on, he did sort of apologize for that. He said, "I just want to continue to light a fire under you so that you'd always have some sort of outward need to go forward." He said, "Complacency will not work in this world." And he goes, you alone tell me about your friends that their parents are paying for everything. They're going full boat. They don't have to work. They bought them a brand new car. You paid for your own car. They bought gas. They put them in the dorm. He said, all that's going to make them out of them is somebody who believes they don't have to do anything for themselves. That is not what I want you to do. And I said, okay. I was already on that track anyway. Okay. And he said, well, so we're on the same page. I go, yeah. You got any coffee? He said, there's coffee in there for you. I went and got a cup of coffee, got out and got in my car and just drove off. Lit a cigarette, I'll tell you that for sure. I don't care if I was 18. And I just went out and I go, okay, I can't just go out and goof around. So I'm like, I can't get any more hours a day. I don't really know what to do. So I was really lost. And so I kind of just spent that day thinking about what could I do to show him that I'm really serious about college. Maybe that's the ticket. So I started looking at curriculum, and I got him involved. I said, I wanted you to look over this with me. I said, oh my gosh. And I always called my grandpa Byrd and his son, because Clyde Sr. and Clyde Jr., remember, two Clydes, I remember both of them being the smartest, uneducated human I ever knew. And that's a good compliment for anybody, because he did not learn in school. He was the bon vivant, and all the girls, ooh, and all the Junie. And my mom hated that nickname, by the way, Junie. She said, oh, they just stand there. And I go, what'd you do? And she said, I went up and I said, see your shoulder? Just moved myself between him and her and bumped her away. I said, well, and Dad loved that, by the way. But he, I figured he's got to see more of himself in me. That's hard to do because, he's just so good at doing what he does, which is he just walk into a place and, immediately from the very beginning of his career with GE, every location they put him in Kansas City, and they made him a manager there. Then they sent him to Joplin, made him a manager there. Then they moved him to Tulsa, and made him a manager there. Then they moved him as a manager to Oklahoma City and to Dallas. His entire career, he never, ever applied for a job. He was told, you're coming in for a promotion, you're coming in for a promotion. And they always gave him the stud duck role. He was the top guy. And I would go and talk at that exact time. I went and talked to Vernon Muse and Chuck and Vaden, his two servicemen, and Vernon was his service supervisor, and he was their boss.
Yeah.
To find out who he was, I talked to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then, what is your favorite memory with each of your siblings?
Oh, well, obviously, favorite memory with my brother, it always comes up. We loved playing baseball. And so we'd set up games to play even in our backyard. And, and we'd use a wiffle ball with a regular bat, so we'd keep swinging the bat. We both did Little League, and we just loved it. But we wanted to be musicians. So as soon as we started thinking about it, we started thinking about eventually being musicians. And when I brought the violin home, he said, there's nothing we can do with that. We can't be, and see, 1964, the Beatles were everything. And what we would do is listen to their records, and we got a shoebox that we formed on the floor into a drum, and we worked on using certain kinds of pencils and stuff, and we would drum along with the songs, and then we'd harmonize, and then we'd start writing lyrics. So at 10 and 8, we were already writing songs and lyrics. But we didn't have any instruments yet. So when I got my sax at 12, as we saw there, David was lucky because now I've got a sax, and they had to ante up. Otherwise, he'd had to wait. But he got a guitar. And as soon as he got his guitar, I asked him, I know that's your brand new baby and everything, but can I play it too a little bit? And he goes, not when I'm busy, not when I'm working. I said, yeah, but you can tell me. And so I set up back of the house and learned to play that. But the memory I have is us laying on the floor the way we always did. We'd always lay in front of the TV with our elbows and use your fists as a headstand. And then when we would listen to the music, we would lay forward like that and beat the drum on the deal there and write the lyrics that we're hearing and stuff out. And so that's what I remember is that. That was the closest Byrd brother thing, even way closer than the battling Byrd brothers of the later years when we're on stage in front of a whole lot of people and everyone's, got a piece of us. So,
Yeah. And then what about Marcy?
Well, Marcy, just the day she came home, I mean, she brought her in here, and it was just like this little glowing thing in a basket in there, for us to look at. And we just tell everybody, and everyone, all our friends are visiting and stuff. And with her, I always think about the same things I told about earlier, where I could go, no matter how old she was, I could bounce. She was worldly. I could bounce, adult things off of her, and she'd say, Monty, that's not you. Like I said, I'm having real trouble with this guy who wants to do so and so, and do I need to figure out how to ambush him or fight him, or what have I got to do? Because, as you knew, I was little in school. I got tortured and beat up a lot, and Dad wanted me to be as tough as he was, and that movie is The Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Because I had that same bully that jumped the fence with the little toady that he had with him, and he'd chase us down. Well, David comes back into play there, because David would chase them down from behind and beat the heck out of them while they're on top of me.
Sounds like David.
Yep. And he was a tough little dude. And so Marcy, we didn't have any skills, David and I. We just had to be big bubbas, And so I think we just, she was a late talker.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to believe it.
Yeah.
But she didn't, when she started, she didn't stop. But when we couldn't, she didn't start talking real quick. She walked pretty quickly, but, she was going everywhere in the look that all kids have when they're trying to tiptoe around. But she was just such a joy, really, for our family. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it really it made Mom and Dad seem younger now. Now they seem so much younger, to me.
So circling back to where we were before, what was kind of early life with Mom, and now you guys are married. Kind of how did that go for you guys?
Well, we kid about it, and our friends tell us it's true, but we were that romantic couple that everybody, hopefully they want to attain, but we never needed to work at that. We were just, I just wanted her like I do now around me all the time, and she didn't get bored of me either. And we did, I had plenty of stuff to do, playing sessions and going to my gigs and stuff, that she didn't have to be there for that. And she'd go off to work, and I didn't have to be there for that. But I did like when she would do, have her accompany me parties and stuff, like seeing everybody, how she reacts, and realizes she's a big star there, which is awesome, which she always was. But it was really, with Mom, it was, everywhere I took her, everybody would always say, your wife is so beautiful, but she's so sweet and so warm. I go, that's really her. That's who she is. And that's, then, get to my age now and you find out everything you need to know when you get sick. And then you see all of, what is just hiding underneath the surface, is the support that people that you love can be to you. And, she's mine. So I wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
And it's 1984. You probably would have known around February. So you were saying she puts the home run thing down.
That would have been about in May, wouldn't it, honey?
Yeah. And so how does that go about? So what are you doing? You now know you're going to be a dad, and
I went to the nightclub, and I went up to Mike and said, I'm going to be a dad, and everyone went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And the drinks started coming up one after another, and I went, I'm going to need a ride home. And it was just one of those, I couldn't have been, I was just over the moon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she was too.
And how is it basically kind of going through your first experience with expecting a child? Mom's, what is she doing? What are you doing?
Boy, was she get big, I'll tell you. And those pictures of her that I took where she was standing inside, she got so mad at me. I go, I have to be able to note that and show it to you later. There's one of her standing out in the yard, and I'm talking. Yeah, it was all belly because she's so skinny, and it's like with question mark. Well, somebody said she's like, it's like all. Well, I said the thing is, she comes in the room, and then here she comes. First it's Nathan, and then she comes behind it. But no, and it's so exciting, and can you feel it kick, and got the name situation taken care of, and and I started already working on your announcement. If you remember what it says, it's I did it with like a let's see, it was a I used my old typewriter I was doing all my writing on and stuff, and I made you a promo sheet that like you were opening an opening act somewhere. I made it more of an entertainment deal, and now I'm presenting Nathan Monte Byrd, and that kind of thing, and I give reviews from like Siskel and Ebert and everything.
Jeez.
Yeah, A Star Is Born kind of thing, and we cited all the things you're going to do when you grow up and everything, and then the deal was, the minute you were born, we ceased to exist as the couple before that day. That completely changed, and we were parents. I mean, there's no school for that. It's a school of hard knocks. You're going to figure it all out. Went home. You were born, so you were born a week before Christmas Eve, and a week before Christmas Day, and so when you came home, and we sat in front of the Christmas tree, and just started going, oh my gosh. One of them borrowed Danny's camcorder, and I go, gosh, we're a family now. I didn't think about, we might have wanted to figure out how to buy a camcorder or stuff like this, and it's just, I can see Mom sitting in the rocking chair. You were so tiny, and I love that I can throw this one on you because when you were in the nursery, all the nurses called you Cabbage Patch. They said you look just like a little Cabbage Patch doll, so they called you CP, and so they'd all say, oh, he's here to see him. And I remember another one of Pat Kelly and I standing, looking in the nursery on the day you were born, and just standing there, and Pat kept going, I can't believe this. You're Dad. Look at him. I can't believe this. And I go, I can't believe it either. So it was really great. And no one, that we have no idea what that's going to be like. That you just changed. The next day, you're your parents. And, you're going to have, I couldn't think of anything, couldn't do anything right. I wanted to make sure you have everything. And, oh my gosh, are you going to rat out of this? Or what's he going to need? We've got to have, all this stuff we got and all these things. But, and the calamity of driving to the hospital in the middle of the night and getting stopped by a policeman and having him draw a gun on me, that wasn't good. But I got you there.
Yeah.
That's Dale Griffith.
Yeah.
I got you there. And everything was so much about you. So all of a sudden, we both had to learn how to be, more than just parents and get back to who the loving, the lovebirds. And took no time at all. You just folded right in. As soon as we started figuring out how your things go and how things work, then we get to do, this is what we did before you. Now we'll do that same thing, but with you this time. And that was how that worked. And it was just awesome. We loved it. We loved everything about it. And pretty much similar story when Chandler was born too. Where it's weird. It happens again, even though you know how it all works now. It's just completely different the day after somebody enters your family. I mean, how else do you describe it? Got somebody brand new on the roster.
It reminds me of that story that Sands would constantly repeat about when you brought Chandler home, and I was a little upset about kind of I think the gist of the story of what I said was everything was already going okay, and why did we need another one?
That's what you said. You said everything was going so good, and I said, but he's going to be a good brother. Okay. Yeah. You weren't happy about it.
Yeah, and she loved to tease me about that, which I thought was really funny.
And I don't know if your cohorts and your co-workers know this about you, but you were born an old man.
Yeah.
You were absolutely, you'd do it like this. I don't want to do that, right? And it was so funny because Chandler was exactly the opposite. He was just like this, looking off into space, and just a little space cadet. But no, things could only be done one way. They had to be done like this, and once you've done it that way, can't change it. So
nope.
Still you over there, right? Okay.
Oh yeah. I will lay down the law. So, were you ever scared to be a parent?
Sure. Yeah, everybody. I mean, the whole idea is, will we be good at this? Will I be good at this? Will I be a good dad? Will I be a good husband and dad? Will we lose some of that? Will we lose some of the spark that we had? Because I saw people do it right and left. And all it did was with us is just make us love each other more. I mean, totally. It was completely. It was the best thing that we did both times. But it's challenging, and there's nights, God, where I'd sit by myself and look at my music and go, am I going to have to quit you and not go to the studios anymore and not get to my dream and not get my own record and not get more stuff placed with people? And I go, that could happen. And you're nervous because am I going to make enough money so that she can stay home? And it's hard to do as a musician, so she had to work a lot more times than she ever wanted to, for sure. And I felt bad about that, to be honest. It's terrible. And so in the long run, we had to adjust to do things like that. But you get it. I mean, I always tell young couples, how'd you do it? You get there.
Yeah.
If you've got plenty of love, you'll get there. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Tank full of love.
And I, Chan and I made it to adulthood, so I guess you did okay.
Yeah.
Both we didn't just like disappear or something.
Yeah,
right. So this is gonna be a funny one. What 3 words represented your approach to parenting and why?
Wow, that's tough. Well, you have to. One of them has to be inherited from whatever parents you've observed, your grandparents and other people that you've seen. That is, you need to be the authority. You need to have. To this day, when I watch children, and I won't go to step on anybody's toes here, but self-monitor, and they're all over the place, turning my stuff over, grabbing my horn, stuff like that. And that is not parenting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to be the buck stops here. Dad says it, or mom says it. That's how it's supposed to be. So I guess discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a tremendously disciplined person, and I don't like to discipline, as you're well aware.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts me more. Mom would say it hurts me more than it hurts you. I really meant it.
Yeah.
That was discipline. And then the second thing I think of is impart into them the joy that you've been lucky enough to have. So make them joyful, if possible. From you to them, let them see that there's something out there that they can find that'll make them joyful, and then help them find who they are. That was the 3 things I guess I thought I'd wanted to do as a parent.
Okay. Now this isn't an indictment of you, or mom.
It should be.
But is there anything that you would change about the way you raised Chan and I?
Yeah. Let you have guns. I would have let you at least have that BB gun I didn't give you, which I had. And it chewed me up over all the years, and kept trying to order them online, and then it's got lost in. I'm like, I'll never get those. And I finally told you guys, you're like, give it up, it's gone. So yeah, that one. Did you say regret?
Or no, but is there anything you would just do differently?
Oh yeah. I wouldn't be so stern. I wouldn't be so, I wouldn't set what I'm going to say and then say that's what it is, because I never liked when people did that to me, but I did that as a dad, I'm sure. And
There's a lot of paw thinking.
Yeah. You get what you learned, but I was never that stern.
No.
Your toes are still intact, right?
Right. Yeah.
Didn't pull them off of you.
You didn't thump me, so.
Didn't thump you.
Yeah.
You're right. And then I guess, is this what I wish I'd done?
Yeah, I mean, anything you could have, however you want to see that, yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could have been able to impart in you to just, do what you guys are now doing, is find some way to take what you dream of, which with you was the easiest thing that ever happened. Was you've always been able to just, we're a doodling family, all of us like to draw and stuff, and you were always able to draw things. You'd draw out, plans and stuff when you were a kid. But when one time you came to me and you'd drawn this incredible rocket, And it was really probably one of your best drawings. I said, wow, that's really good. And you go, that's what I want to do. I went, you want to be an artist? And you looked at me like, Durr. And you said, I want to build rockets. And for that birthday, I believe, your mom got you the Estes rocket.
The Bandit kit, yeah,
Bandit kit.
from Estes, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so when I tell the story, yes, you did tell me exactly what you wanted to do, and I couldn't have been more excited.
Mhm.
But I just took the wrong cue. But you wanted to draw the rockets,
Mhm.
and you're really good at it. And you know, that to me was always made me. And with Chandler, you know, it was he's so introverted compared to you and I, and he's more like his mom, and he's very unlikely to just blurt out what he wants to do or what he thinks or how he feels. And yet I always worried I'm not there for him in case maybe he's troubled and he can't tell me. So with him, I've worried that I paid enough attention to his feelings, because you were easy to read, because you would totally be demonstrative. And he would basically, I mean, you literally could set him someplace and he wouldn't get up to you. Told him, and I'd forget I left him sitting there. And I'd look across the room and go, Chandler, you're not in trouble anymore. For doing nothing, you probably didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I still have the time that he had the gerbil in the rolling ball. And I went back and I found it full of his gerbil food. And I
Yep.
said, Chandler, did you do this? He said, put him in the ball? I said, yeah. And he said, yes. I said, well, why did you put all that food? And he goes, I didn't, Dad. I said, you can't, you got to tell the truth. You put food in that, you've got to tell me. And I made him tell me that I made him sit by the wall and then tell me that he put food in there until I saw how they regurgitate the food and realized.
Because they put it all in the mouth pouches.
Could not believe that. But and
You
then
FBI interrogated him.
and he took the fall.
Yep, he did.
He wouldn't roll you under the bus either. I said, did Nathan do this? He said, no. And then he said, okay, I did it. And I went, oh my God. I feel terrible about that. So those two things.
Okay. Fair. Okay, so what 3 events most shaped your life?
No, that's too easy. It would be this, her, and you guys. Simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was something that you used to do a lot when, you know, you were younger, but you kind of don't get to do a lot anymore?
Well, you know, when I was young, I liked to play baseball a lot, and I just decided to I watch it now instead of trying. I played softball with the teams and, you know, older guys. It was fun, but no, I loved playing baseball, and you know, that I don't really do anymore would be most of that is just stuff that has kind of already had its time, you know.
Mhm.
So I don't really have any regrets on that. Yeah.
See, now I can tell you kind of from experience here. I had a little nostalgia kick not that long ago, and I picked up a baseball and threw it, and my age reminded me why that wasn't a great idea. And my shoulder has been killing me for a while now.
Yeah.
I wanted to go and actually go to a batting cage, and we talked about this
Yeah.
back in Torrance when I was there.
Right.
Because they of course they opened one up right as I was leaving.
Yeah.
Right next door. But yeah, no, it's I think there's a reason why I don't do those things anymore. Because yeah.
You'll even feel the batting cage. Trust me.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like whole midsection.
Yeah.
Oh, the story with when we were at the ballpark. Go, run us down that one.
Okay. Give me the story.
With Chandler on third base.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I think he was playing shortstop.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So his uncle David comes up.
Which one?
Uncle David Byrd.
Okay.
Yeah, my brother. Comes up, and for some reason, he isn't thinking about the fact that Chandler's out there, how old, maybe 5, 6? He wasn't very old at all.
He'd have been, I think I was about 12 or 13 at
Okay,
the
so
time, so
he
he
did-
might have been about 7 or 8.
Okay, yeah. Because he's definitely got a little, he's probably maybe got Little League or something. So
Mhm.
he's
Yeah.
got a glove, he knows how to use one. And he goes out there, but, you know, I'm all but bunting. I'm just like, you know, and I think David Dean hit a couple of fly balls while he
Mhm.
was out there. But when David Byrd came up, he saw the pitch coming in and he just took a full swing. and he hit a hard line drive, and it hit Chandler right in the stomach and laid him face down on the field. For all we knew, I mean, it looked like it could kill him. It was that bad. And she was so furious. Sorry, it's true. She ran out, and first thing she's thinking, why did he do it? I go, I totally get it. I completely could have done that.
Yeah,
I could have been
he
not
just
thinking.
didn't. He wasn't thinking about it.
No.
I think I was on first base, because I remember seeing like the memory I have of it is kind of from that direction.
Yeah.
And I mean, he cranked that ball.
And of course, it knocked the wind out of him, and he didn't breathe for a little bit too, and it was just terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's like a lot of the times you kind of think of baseball as more of a leisure sport, but then you kind of forget that no, it can be a little more contact than you expect.
Yeah. Which I loved coaching.
Oh yeah.
I loved coaching baseball. It's awesome.
And so yeah, kind of Chan and I, we played various sports growing up. I think the ones I played were soccer and baseball.
And
then
I coached both of those teams.
Yep, and then hockey, which you didn't coach.
No, I got to go watch. That was awesome.
Yeah, and
goalie.
Yep, and then also defensemen, depending on when we rotate out. And
you
then
found your niche there. I liked watching it, but your mom grew up being a big hockey fan.
yeah,
so.
and I think because you were really big on baseball, and you always wanted Chan and I to play, and we did for a while.
Yeah.
But I had found my niche kind of as catcher in baseball, and it kind of transitioned really well to goalie, because
Totally.
I was used to getting in front of the ball, and the gloves are honestly kind of identical. So what was it like kind of having to coach Little League?
I only coached it because of the other coaches being such jackasses.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all had the same plan. I want my kid to be a Major League Baseball player. These other squirts, nameless in my mind, are set here, are going to be left there on the bench until I tell them what I want them to do, but it's going to make my boy look good. And I hated that, and I almost wanted to pull you out of it. It was so bad.
I even remember which coach you're talking about, and I can't remember him or his son's name. Is it Daniel?
Oh,
He was kind of that big blustery guy, and he had
Dominic?
that might be it. Yeah.
That guy was low class. Yeah.
And
He'd have been happy to hit somebody with a
Yeah.
ball in the sun.
yeah.
Tough, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, in Mission Viejo, we were right next to the baseball fields.
Yeah.
So
Walk over to the fields.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed coaching the kids. I enjoyed Chandler's bunch. I didn't manage your team. I just helped coach a little bit, and I helped coach your soccer and stuff. But I never managed in those, which is my deal because I always manage when I'm in a band or real estate or anything. I'm always a manager, and I figured it would be a good place for me to to learn to take care of the sport and not get in the way and make sure the kids get to play. And I'm not saying like not try to play the kid where maybe he excels a little bit better so he doesn't feel terrible about himself later. I try and do that, but the main thing is just to keep those horrible people from doing what they would do, and they would just berate the other kids. And that, and all of us thought that weren't Dom and the four guys. There was usually about 6 other coaches that were cool.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got to manage Chandler's team, it was 2 years of being the manager of the Dodgers. So
Yeah.
it was so cool. And the first year we went all the way. So we didn't. I think we ended up, because of Dominic Troncalli also was still around doing stuff like that, and guys like him. And they did a rule. They called a rule thing against us that allowed them to either tie or somehow, I'm sure your mom remembers it better than me, but I just remember being so disappointed for our team because he did that jackass thing to our team. But my best story on that was, that gives you your heart, is that I had all these kids that were, one kid when I first got him, he was a little boy that was raised by older parents, and they said, any help you could be. He's so introverted that he usually hides, and his dad's him, and he sucks his thumb. And I said, it's okay, let's go. He said, well, he's actually in the back of the car right now on the floorboard, and he's sucking his thumb. And he was embarrassed. So this kid was really developmentally behind, but these people owned up to it, and they said it's probably because we're older. He doesn't have any kids around, no children around him. And so I said, we can work with that. So I went and I said, Christopher, and he looked up and I said, I'm Monty. I'm going to be your manager. I said, yeah, but there's some other kids that want to meet you, and they're scared too. He listened and he goes, they are? And I said, they're scared because they're just starting. You want to meet them? Okay. So I brought him out to meet him in the car. And he got out of the car, went with us, ended up being one of my best pitchers. By the end of the year, he's doing great. But I had another kid who was not that kid at first, but we would get scared as the season went on. He was terrified because he didn't think he was any good. But his name was Jason, and we always tried to build him up too, to make him feel confident. And so we were winning. This game we were coming from behind, and it was so exciting. And I started thinking, I know Little League like the back of my hand, and all we got to do is get them on the run. I mean, they couldn't catch anything we'd hit to them. So I don't want you to step in front of a ball or anything, but I want you to put your bat out. And sometimes it'll pop off your bat. You'll get a bunt, something like that will work. And we were allowed to run if you stayed on base until the pitch. And so back then I had a little tiny goatee, and I would do this, and they called, he's giving you the beard. I mean, you're supposed to run, you know. So I enjoyed that. But little Jason, he's starting to get nervous during the game. And I think he's hoping I don't put him on the field. And so everything's going, and the paces are loaded. We're about to come back from a complete loss to win it in front of a big crowd too. And I look and I go, I don't have any subs. It's going to be Jason. It's coming up to him. And so I went over and said, I want everybody together here. We've got to have somebody go up for us right now. And I've picked Jason. He's the one and he goes, his head went down, and I go, you're going to go out there. I'm going to tell you how we're going to do this, and you're going to win the ball game. I can't. I said, you can do it. And he goes, I can't. I said, why? And he goes, I've got stress. I'm going, you're 7 years old. You've got stress. And I go, okay, everybody get around him. Okay, everybody put your arms around him and tell him, you're going to do it, Jason. You're going to do it. I said, when you go out there, this pitcher's been throwing strikes. You don't have to try to swing at it. I just want you to put your bat out there, and you can do it 3 times. And guys, everybody, if he doesn't touch the ball and he strikes out, it's okay, right? And they went, yeah. I said, they're all telling you. So we're going to try it my way. If it doesn't, it's my fault. It's not your fault. Everything's great. We went out there, and of course, he missed the first 2 strikes right down the center. And I kept it there, and I just kept looking at him. He's looking at me, and he closed his eyes and put the bat out, and that pitcher hit his bat. It's like in my mind, it was going slow motion. Everyone's running for it. It goes between the first baseman's feet, and then it goes, the base is clear. We come from 5 runs down in that game to win it all, and he's the hero. I always tell your mom, I hope he's out there, and that when he feels stressed out, he goes, you can do anything if you believe in yourself, right? And so I got a lot out of it. I did. I got a lot. I hope my kids got as much as I got out of it. I did. I enjoyed it.
So, what do you think drives people?
Well, they say fear is the biggest motivator, and fear of failure. And I always felt like as managing anything, I managed my bands or real estate officers, anything like that. I always felt like instead of fearing failure, I wanted them to look at it like, how do I get the accomplishment? How do I win? And if I win, how do I win? And the way that you do that is try to see if you can find what they think is their strength, and then see if they can bring that to the table. And so, my thing was always, what's the biggest motivator? What kind of drives the whole world is fear. And unfortunately, it's true. But also is success, which is the opposite side of that same coin. And, I always wanted to feel like, I want to see it land, and if it lands on the wrong side, go again. No one says you can only get one shot. You got to keep taking shots until you get there. So that's what my feeling was.
Now this one's going to kind of sound a little bit corny, but we'll go ahead and go with it. What do what do you kind of think is the meaning of life?
When I think of that, I think of everything as if it all happened in one moment. Like, here's mom and you guys, here you are, all grown, and everyone's all together, and Dwayne and Pam and all of my musician friends from back in Oklahoma and all this are all in the same moment. And it's like, to me, there's a continuity that from those friends that I've had that have stayed with me through thick and thin, long years and years, that the biggest gift I ever got was my friends and my family. So friends and family and a wonderful wife. If there's more to that than that, it doesn't make sense to me. If along the way you succeed at what you're trying to accomplish with a job or not even a profession, but something, a hobby that you love, jump out of an airplane, something like that. You might want to wait till you're in your 70s to do it, but
Yeah, I'm not jumping out of a good airplane. I'll wait until there's a problem.
Yeah.
Um,
Does that answer that question at all?
I think so. Yeah, family, friends.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense
Absolutely.
to me.
The circle of life.
So, let me see here. These are all like reflection and philosophical questions. So, what was one of the best decisions you've ever made, and why was it?
Marrying your mom. Life show. That's the biggest one.
And
Doing all that, meeting her at that table, pulling that off, making David hold on to her so she doesn't leave the nightclub before I get over there. I didn't want her to see me swarm over. I went through the crowd and came back there.
Mm-hmm.
But meeting her, following through, her following through, being able to form a life that I tell you, if it wasn't me, I'd be jealous of someone else's life being as good as ours has been. That's what I feel.
Okay. So who were your closest friends as an adult?
Okay. I generally carried childhood friends forward into adulthood, and my first childhood friend that I called my best friend was Alex Greenhaw, who we just lost not too long ago. And the way it happened was kids were bullying me at I came from Joplin to Tulsa, and brand new, right in the middle of the year, perfect time. They stick me up in front of I don't know if you've ever done what I call the perp walk, when you're looking at all these kids and they're all,
Yeah.
So I was nervous and I went out on the playground. Sure, here comes some bullies. Immediately just pushed me around a little bit. Alex came up, knocked a couple of them away, and he said, "I'll be your friend." That's day one. And then one day, about a week later, he goes, "I'll be your best friend." And he stayed that way to the end. And he's the one that introduced me professionally. I met Pat Kelly across a room when he walked in to play guitar, and we didn't even talk or anything. So I played music with him before I even met him. And then Alex met him, and he was trying to get Alex to lead my band, and Alex said, "I won't go without Monty." So he took me into that band, and that's three of the Pat and the Panthers band right there. Yeah.
And then
Pat became
Alex. You got Pat.
And then Pat did the same thing. He told me one day, "We're going to be best friends." And I said, "All right," and we still are. And he was very close with Alex as well. So I always felt like one of my regrets. You talk about regrets, is that I wasn't a better friend to Alex later on in life. A lot of times I'd be up in the Oklahoma area, and he'd say, "I'll drive wherever you are and meet you," but I had so many people that I'm trying to meet, my musician friends and stuff. I said, "Well, I'll be up to Tulsa." So I kind of didn't respond as much as he, but I totally loved him so much. That's my two best friends.
Okay. And then
Except for her. That's
yeah.
the best.
And then your other friends?
Oh, just once you start down the list, I had to say one time that I'm probably the luckiest guy in the world to even have the friends I've got, but especially that all of them are best friend level. Like, you're looking at Dwayne, you're looking at Kenny, Jerry, Donnie. My gosh, who am I leaving out already? I'm leaving tons of people out.
You're leaving a big one out that I'm thinking of.
Who? Didn't I say Sparky already?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So Sparky, I met Sparky before I met Dwayne,
Mhm.
Jerry, all the ones on the aforementioned list.
Yeah. The
It's hard to.
there's a
put it on-
story I'd love to bring up about Sparky, but since I don't want to get him any legal trouble, and you know what I'm talking about,
Yes.
we'll leave that on the we'll leave that.
That's a good
for
story.
later. It's a great story.
Yeah.
I think a lot of kids have done something similar to that. Not
Oh yeah.
yeah, and that's probably why fireworks are illegal in most
Exactly.
places.
Or flaming bags of dog poop on your front door.
Yeah, exactly. So let me see. What do you feel like was your biggest accomplishment?
Do I have to keep going back to marrying your mom?
Well,
I can't-
we're driving that one home. Yeah,
but I couldn't think of something that more defines my family life. Had we not met, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I have no idea what my life would be like. I know what it was like before I met her,
Mm-hmm.
which is a line in one of my songs I wrote.
And then a couple of these, I think you're just going to answer the same thing. I think there's a theme there, and that's fine. But so these are a little less serious. We'll go through then.
Cool.
So what book would you recommend everyone reads and why? I'm wondering if I know what it's going to be here, because you've always been a pretty avid reader,
Right.
and I've got like 3 guesses as to where I think this will go, but which one?
Well, I went in my mind immediately to authors, and I thought there's got to be a Heinlein book on there. So, one that people don't generally talk about, like Stranger in a Strange Land, or some of his, From Earth to the Moon, or his version of the Jules
Mhm.
Verne deal. It was I Will Fear No Evil. To me, it taught me a lot, and I know Mom read it too and found it has a lot of life lessons in it, which I think his books always did.
Mm-hmm.
I would also probably recommend Isaac Asimov's The Foundation, which is now going to be on. Can't wait to start watching the.
Oh yeah, the first season's already. It's really good too.
Yeah,
You gotta watch it.
Yeah, definitely.
There's one more I'm thinking. I'm surprised you haven't
Yeah.
mentioned it.
Well, I mean, my gosh,
'Cause I think I have your copy of it.
would it be Carlos Castaneda's book?
No.
No, that Don
Oh
was
no.
serious? The Peyote Worlds.
Yeah.
The Search for Life in
it's a
Another
pretty big
Mind.
series.
Okay. Well, it's easy to just like draw a blank. Right?
Oh, I was gonna say Dune.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
You have to work your way. You got Isaac Asimov. You've got Robert Heinlein. You've got Philip K. Dick, and then you definitely. I mean, Herbert's stuff is amazing. And
Yeah.
I was very influenced by Dune.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you really
still.
got me into the sci-fi stuff and made sure I read a lot of those.
Such good writing there. Sometimes it's
Philip K. Dick was one of my favorite ones, and then just the fact that like his small works all got picked up and then expanded, and then ironically the originals are kind of, even though they're short stories, are kind of better.
Yeah. I agree.
And so what who is your favorite artist? And you can't pick yourself or your friends.
I never would.
Or
my friends.
Or your friends.
My favorite artist. Now, do you want this to be like all encompassing from any type of music?
Yeah.
or-
Yeah.
Mm.
If you wanted to put on a song right now to just relax to. what
to
would be-
relax, that'd be different.
Or just to listen to. Just to listen to.
Well, as I've said before, Sonny Rollins' music it puts so much in me and John Coltrane. So Coltrane and Rollins on the sax end, Cannonball Adderley the third, and Charlie Parker. So there's like 4 great saxophone players. But artists, now we're talking. I can't get that much farther away from the Beatles, so I've got to say John and Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what would these are all pop culture ones, but What would be your favorite movie if you were going to suggest a movie to someone to watch? Just
Well, no holiday movies. Can't do those. Can't use those. It's not fair.
well, it's gonna be It's a Wonderful Life, I
Yeah.
know, or Christmas Story.
Yeah, either one of them, holiday movie, but that's really hard. Oh gosh. Well, Star Wars was pretty amazing the very first time to see that, and to see kind of my world of science fiction come into pop. I guess if I could go, there would have to almost be categories. I mean, there's some movies that are, that I was very young when I watched that are still amazing movies, like From Here to Eternity or something like that. No, I'd say Star Wars is quite
Okay.
the movie. Yeah. And believe it or not, Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
I think that's a good one there too.
And we'll now jump into just kind of the last little bit here.
Okay.
And then we might,
Should
if we
we
got
do
enough
it?
time,
You're
yeah.
taking
I've
time.
taken a lot of your time, and I really appreciate everything you're doing for
So
us.
do I.
And then maybe we'll get a little saxophone solo afterwards.
Okay.
But how do you want to be remembered?
I think as a person who was an voracious lover of life, someone who values it beyond imagination and hates to see people lose it and loves to see people gain it. So that's probably the best way to look at it.
And then, what's one thing that you want us to always remember about you?
How much I love you.
And is there anything about our family that you'd like us to know?
That you don't already know? Gosh, I'm such an open book. I mean, what the page is always constantly fluttering and the date's going off, and maybe the background of the family to hear is to know that your great grandfather, Clyde Sr., grew up being told that he was a Native American and lived on the Indian reservation in Tulsa, near Tulsa, and grew up in a circular dirt floor shack. There were 18 children in the family, but only 8 lived to adulthood. And knowing that and that they lived through the Depression, knowing that about your family to me is, once you have that, how could you ever feel like you got a short stick? You know, because you're here and they got us here.
Mm-hmm.
That group right there. And he went to his grave not knowing that he basically had the same thing that happened to Elizabeth Warren. He thought he was, because the family knew, and we found the reason to believe there was a Chief Byrd that was in our family line. And it basically, they were told. And so I've always said I'm glad he didn't know that. Because his thing was, this old Indian is get about ready. Let the rest of it, which is very, very uncool in today's world, but it was funny. He was always going to scalp us.
Oh God.
He
Oh
chased us
boy.
around
He'd
with a fake hatchet. And stuff.
God.
Oh, he was hilarious.
Oh, he'd get us in so much trouble.
But he was such a funny, and he thought he was. So he thought he was an Indian. He wasn't making fun of Indian because he was an Indian.
Yeah.
Thing,
And then, so what can we do as a family to honor you?
Love each other, take care of each other, never let your mom down. Reach out and tell everybody around you about what it's like to have a great family. See that other people can see the value in it, and live your very, very, very best life. with someone and someones and people who care about you. Be around the people that you love as much as you can.
Okay. And then, what, if you were to pass on any advice to Chandler or myself, what would it be?
You're never, ever, always going to be right. You cannot worry about when you don't do something perfectly, correctly, like you guys do, and you're so good at it. You're both experts. Be a lot easier on yourself than you are, both of you. And remember that everyone struggles, and sometimes you can feel like it's you that's struggling, and yet it might be that you're not finding the energy from the people that are around you who may be struggling too. But if you help somebody else to get to where you're trying to get, you'll get there too. So I'd say to really believe in yourself.
Okay.
And to believe in each other and take care of each other.
And then, so what do you think is your best trait?
Just that I'm always amazed. I'm always, I just seem to find incredible joy every single day. I know it sounds silly, but it's how I roll.
Let's see.
And it does help you go through a really serious illness too.
Yeah.
Helps a lot.
And then the last one, was there a moment in your life that is kind of stuck with you throughout the years?
A moment of what kind of moment I need probably.
Good or bad?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of those. Yeah, well, you get all this positive stuff, and there's got to be things, and I guess I'd have to go to losses and how difficult they are. I do know that you'll get through. I always tell myself, and I've told you guys, no matter how dark it is before the dawn, you're going to get through. And when life ends, as it always does, to be realistic and go, this was absolutely the most logical thing that was going to happen the very moment I burst into the scene. Before I ever got here, before you ever got here, you're going to go to there. It's part of the deal. Transitionally, that's where the transition is. So I think, I don't know, just knowing that and keeping that makes me feel stronger about it. I mean, as you've seen, I don't take it well when I lose a friend, and when I'm losing a friend, I'm there. So try not to ever regret. I think the ones that I hate to hear people say is, I wish I'd have been there for him, or I wish I had checked in more, or it's all the I wish I had ofs. Just do all the I wish I had ofs as fast as you can, as many times as you can. Check in on your friends, check in on your brother, check in on somebody you really don't even like. Sometimes you'll find that they need a hand up. You never know. That's probably the closest I can come to answering that one, I think.
Okay. And now to lighten the mood a little bit, why don't you go ahead and just noodle around on the saxophone for a little bit?
All right. I don't have anything to play, so I will just noodle. As you said, I'll just maybe the soprano will be. This is so loud. The reed is not ready to go. I may need to. Try her doing a piece of bamboo. Oh, that's what it is. Lot of wind going by there. I think I'll go put this down and get my soprano out because it's more demonstrative without blowing everybody's eardrums out.
Just make sure the lavalier.
Yeah, I actually started to grab it. No, there it is. Okay. Is that okay for me to
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, because I got to get that reed wet. But it's real easy to kind of noodle on too, so. I think could probably, if you want, just pull that down. In March, and so it's chilly. We were standing out there and we played this song, and a lot of people go, "How did you've got chords?" I mean, yeah, because he has a absolute console. He takes, he's got a beautiful studio of his own, but he takes it out and he basically is bringing the studio with us. So we record, and the studio might be in there already. We might have tracks in there. Some of my tracks that are on my recording are actually live, which is real rare to do a live album.
Yeah.
There's at least a third of them that's live.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'll give you the thing for that. You can go take a look, see what you think.
And I already started recording because that was a
Oh,
little bit of a cool
perfect.
story. But
Okay.
all right, so when you're ready.
All right. Thought I'd play that on that, but that was not the key I was going to play it in. So the notes were going. But yeah, that's something I was just thinking about because I love playing Christmas music. We're going to be playing some when we go up to Pat's house, and we got some good players up there too. But noodles. Let's see. I was trying to think of something that's, since I never thought about playing this solo, I didn't really have anything cued in my brain to do solo. Let's see. Musical accompaniment in my brain. Let's see.
All right.
That's about all I got on the soprano.
That sounds good. And thank you so much for your time and your and all that you've done